And welcome everyone to the Chess.com Fog of War Championship. I'm Benjamin Bach, and I am joined by Jay Sandu. Jay, how are you doing today?
I'm very well, Benjamin. How are you?
Doing well, and I think we're both pretty excited because we have a very fun variant ahead of us, right?
Oh, that's for certain. A lot of strong players have got through, so yeah.
Should be very exciting. And yeah, actually, one very strong player is with us today. That's you, Jay. You're a real expert. But Jay, let's have a quick look at the bracket. Who are the players we are having today? And Jay, if you look at this bracket, who stands out to you?
All right. So I mean, unlike last year, we don't have as many familiar fog faces, but that said, there are two very clear staples in the mix, and if we ignore the sort of elephant in the room, we have Magic Nelwyn, a French FM who has played quite a fair bit of Fog of War during his time and is quite an experienced variance player all round. And then, of course, qualifying last but not least in the 8th qualifier, we have Min, aka Dragon B70, probably the king of variants, being one of the best players in any variant he touches and always present in these events.
He's always there. He's there at every variance championship. Actually, he was also there last month, and I automatically assumed he was the favorite, but he was not. But he's always there, and today he's here again. And we have a GM with us, Jay. That is Martin Kraftsief. He will be playing against a French player in the very first round. Mitraba, he is, I believe, an IM, but very close to GM strength. So very exciting to see that we have so many strong players.
Amazing. It even says on here that Mitraba is a GM on his Chess.com profile, so he must have just attained it.
Yep, no, very strong player indeed. And Jay, let's talk a little bit about the format. As we saw, we have 8 players. It's a double elimination bracket. So if you lose one match, that's not the end of it. You can still come back. And all matches consist of 4 games. So it'll be first to 2.5 points that wins you the match. And the time control, Jay, is 3 minutes with no bonus time. How does that play out in Fog of War?
Yeah, so that's interesting. Now, Fog of War, to my knowledge, I've never played it with no increment. It's always had that 2 seconds per increment, which in and of itself isn't a lot, but I feel like it's going to make quite a big difference because Fog of War in general is a game where you can get away with a lot of waiting moves. So, if you build a solid position, your pieces are succinct. I wonder how much it's going to come into play, the ability to sit there and shuffle and wait for your opponent to try and make progress in the position versus actively trying to, because being proactive is, of course, always a benefit in chess. However, I think the benefit is not quite as strong with the fog on.
Yep. No, I'm really excited. I'm really excited. I mean, I've played a little bit of Fog of War, but I'm definitely not as good as you and some of these other players that we have here today. And I think it's going to be really exciting in the time scrambles because in 3-0, I think it can easily happen, Jay, that people hang their king in a time scramble, right? You have to pre-move, you have to move quickly, and the other player who's also pre-moving might just miss it. So that's going to be exciting. All players are here today. I think we're doing some fair play checks to make sure everything is happening fair. But Jay, if you have to pick one player, who do you think is going to win it all today?
Well, as to no one's surprise, I think it's a pretty clear favorite with Dragon B70. Even in his final qualifier, he went completely undefeated, streaked his way the entire way to qualifying. And without the players such as Louisi, Long-Term Future, these Jonas Rath, these like older names, it's not impossible, but I think it's going to be hard pressed for someone to really try and dethrone him. However, what I don't think Min has ever played is no increment Fog of War, so maybe that difference will be enough to shake things up a little bit.
Absolutely. Yep. And Jay, let's talk perhaps a little bit about Fog of War. Maybe we can pull up a board and show the players what it actually looks like. Because as we will see, you can only see your half of the field. The other side is there's fog. You cannot see those players. However, you can see the squares that your pieces are covering, right? Perhaps you can explain it better.
That is completely correct. So Fog of War just like regular chess, with one somewhat key difference. As pointed out, you can only see the squares your pieces can legally move to. So if I very quickly bring up an analysis board here, this is White's perspective at the start of the game. White decides they want to play e4. Now, for the duration of this game, we will be seeing all squares available, as you can see. There won't be any fog to us. However, if we are to have a look at what White now sees, having played the move e4, right? We have vision of the square in front on e5 because the pawn in
Hmm.
theory can move there, so we should be able to see if it can go there. On top of that,
Uh-huh.
the bishop has been opened up, so we have vision along this diagonal. The queen, we have vision of the h5 square, but we've lost vision of the e3 square currently. However, this isn't real difference. Although we can't see the square, it's very obvious that nothing's there because if there was something, then our pawn would see it, in which case we would have vision of it. Important things to note, though, as a result, is that you can indeed have your. Oh, well, in this case, there's no checks per such. It's about capturing the king. There are no illegal moves in the sense of walking to check. So if black is not careful and, say, pushes a pawn, white moves their queen out. There is nothing in this position that will tell black he is in check. If we look at black's perspective, this is what they see here. They can take, and from nowhere, white will get the ability to capture that king, and that's the game over. Now, these players are probably a little bit stronger than those who are going to fall for, a quick 3-move mate, but this is just an illustration of what can happen and what sort of makes it quite, and I think one of the most exciting spectator sports. So hopefully for this, we're going to have the full vision board up for you guys, and we may also be able to have the partial vision boards to the side so you can see what the players are seeing.
Yep. By the way, one quick change has been announced. That is that the time control actually is going to be 3+2, not 3-0. So the time scrambles are still going to be fun, but there won't be any flagging. I mean, you can still flag with the 2-second increment, and it's still very difficult to navigate, but it's a little different. But yeah, that's going to be very exciting indeed, Jay. And the players, we will see more than the players, right? So the players might make mistakes that we can see, but of course, from their perspective, it is extremely difficult to navigate if you don't know where your opponent's pieces are.
Yes, of course. And I think what we can expect to see is a lot of bluffing, a lot of captures on squares that are not well defended. However, can white take back? I mean, again, a classic would be if we hop back to this analysis board, we remove the fog, we put a position on. I'm gonna move a pawn. Just gonna make some random moves. Let's push this pawn. We're gonna put a bishop here, here. Now, sorry, in this case, let's develop the bishop here, right? This is, oh no, I've done a silly and reset the analysis board. But no, we're gonna get this back. We go here, we develop e4, e5. The bishop comes out, the knight comes out. Some other waiting move is played, so you have enough time in theory. Capture happens. Okay, you are black. You see a bishop has taken this pawn, right? Your king can take the bishop. However,
Mm-hmm.
you don't know whether or not there is a queen on f3 necessarily. I mean, in this case,
Uh-huh.
we've shown the move a3, so we can calculate that there isn't. However, if that wasn't the case, and there could be a queen here, there's a lot of times where white can bluff and sacrifice a piece on a square, knowing that black simply cannot risk recapturing that piece, even if it is hanging. In this case, I've played a3, so you can actually see that a3 has been played, so you can capture this. But if I'd played a4 and you played h6 and this had happened, you'd have no idea that the move a4 has been on the board, and your likely conclusion would be that the move queen f3 was played here.
Right. Yeah. And what is your experience? Do people generally go aggressive, like throwing such moves like bishop takes f7 in? Or do they generally assume that one of their opponent's pieces can take it? Like, I personally would be worried sending my pieces in the opponent's camp, thinking like there might just be a piece that can take it.
Well, I think this is what really makes it interesting, which is that because because on some level you think that, well, no one's going to just take a piece on a square where it should be defended. You get into this leveling war where you're being like, well, my opponent knows that I shouldn't be doing this,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna do it anyway. And they know that I know that I shouldn't be doing this, but I'm still doing it. So does that mean it is actually protected, or is there a
Mhm.
trap here? And this is a very meta play that will begin if you begin to repeat games against the same player. So what's really nice about a format with multiple games is, what, the first couple games might be a bit more standard, but as you get used to the tendencies of the players, are they a more careful, slowly building out their position, bringing their king safe, and making slow, careful pawn moves forwards? And can you exploit that tendency in later games?
Right. Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense. Yeah, it's kind of interesting in these matches, like in normal chess. On one hand, there's players who play very principled. They feel like, okay, this is the best line, this is the best opening. I'm gonna play this every single game. There's also players who like to deviate, like to surprise their opponents. But I think we'll definitely see the latter strategy in Fog of War because there your opponent literally cannot see your pieces. So you kind of have to keep that surprise element in mind. And I wanted to ask you one thing, Jay. Isn't it a thing that in Fog of War it's very good to fianchetto your bishops so they have like full vision of the board? Is that a thing?
Yes, so I mean, Fiat and bishops is excellent in general because they belong on those squares for vision's sake. So it's just a complete starter that is always good. However, we do have to be careful. We don't fall into a trap where white and black have the exact same idea, and everyone develops in a King's Indian setup. So you play b3, black plays g6, bishop b2, bishop g7, and all of a sudden you've lost a whole rook.
And
Uh,
a bishop and a rook. Yeah.
oh yes, a bishop and a rook. I mean, this is a disaster.
Right. So
Um,
I guess the thing is, like, it's safe for white to go b3, bishop b2, but black should always go knight f6 first. And the unpleasant thing for black is, like, as soon as you play bishop g7, you will see that move, bishop on b2, he will see it as well, and take it. Like, you'll realize it as soon as you've completed your move.
exactly. The sort of daunting reality of, oh no, this game is over.
Yeah.
And further to actually the meta thing, if someone plays a very specific style or a system, which I even showed Bok the first time, if you see someone go for something like this, right, where they bring their queen to b3 early on into the game. So say black just played a regular game, the queen came to b3, you just developed. I'm just gonna, you think at your bishop, and they do this every game, and look, they're gonna win a pawn this way, right?
Hmm.
This sort of thing. The rook comes in, we've won a pawn. Black could be like, okay, I know he likes to play like this as white, right? So going all the way back here, if black thinks, you know what, they're still going to do it, they can open with a very sneaky knight a6 on move one, b3, and knight c5. And if you're here as white, you've seen this square has just been blocked. It's very natural to assume that the move c5 got played. So you play a very normal move, and uh-oh, my queen is gone, and with that, likely the game.
Right.
So very possible.
But as black, I guess here's the thing. With black, I would be careful putting my knight on c5 so early, because if white has played d4, then you're just giving up a full knight.
Exactly. You're not wrong at all. If white has played d4, so again with a lot of these, it's gonna be risky. But to say that this isn't something unexpected would be wrong, because the amount of times I remember having played when I forget that I'm playing someone I've played before a fair bit, and I'm sort of mindlessly going c4, queen b3, and there goes my queen.
Mm. Yep.
Um, so you never quite know, and especially if there's any of these players have history playing against each other, it's going to make for some very interesting matches and perhaps some very weird looking decisions to us, which they might be able to explain.
Right. Yeah, so it should be really fun. I think you explained some nice strategies. I guess one thing that everyone should know who's watching in the chat, like if you want to try out Fog of War, I'd say rule number one: don't leave your king unexposed. Right? If you play, let's say, 1d4, make sure that you block the diagonal quickly with knight c3 or pawn to c3, and with black, same thing. Don't if you go d5 or d6, make sure that you block the diagonal as quickly as possible. And if you're looking to beat people quickly, like let's say your rating is very low, I'd go for a quick c4, queen a4, hope that they expose their king, and that's how you can pick up a lot of wins.
Classic, oh no, my pawn.
Yep.
Quick win.
Yeah. And we should, by the way, also point out that the game is not won by checkmate, but by kingslay, right?
Yes, correct. So this is something to bear in mind. So if you want to cheese a couple people at the beginning of a game, you're gonna grab a few quick wins in this, because a lot of people who are d5 players or d4 d5 players are gonna just open d5, think that this might be a free pawn, grab it, and Bob's your uncle. That's done.
Right. Yep. Okay, so the player should be getting ready any second now. Should be really exciting. Okay, so looking at these pairings, Jay, I'm gonna say that Ming, Ming To should be the favorite over Sar. Let's see, in the other matchups, see good against Calaberta. I don't know. Then after that, I'm gonna give the edge to Craft Thief because he's a GM. And after that, I'm also gonna give the edge to Guha because he's also GM. Well, what are your predictions for the first round, the quarterfinals?
Right. Okay. So, I mean, I already think S Patrick versus Min is going to be fun. I still give the advantage to Min, but I think these are two of the stronger players. Now, going into Sigurd and Calaberta, I think Calaberta should. I mean, there are two sort of players who are definitely underdogs. Sigurd is one, and Mascarenas is the other. So I think we have clear favorites with Calaberta and Mitra Baha. So the one that I think will be really interesting to watch, though, is Magic Nelwyn, aka Clement Rabinot, versus Martin Kravetsky, the GM. I think this is probably the game we're going to focus on first, because I think this is the one with the most unclear outcome, if I had to guess on one.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think all matches are going to be really exciting. The games really should get underway any second now. So I think we are, let's see. They're going to be starting very soon. But perhaps we can focus on one of the GMs as we start. Like I said, Dragon B70, Ming is probably going to go deep. So we'll see him play a bunch, but it'll be fun to watch the GMs as they navigate Fog of War before they might get knocked out. Who knows?
Couldn't agree more. And yeah, I think that's why we will start with our Ukrainian GM versus our French FM, if you're amicable to the idea.
Yep, no, I like that idea. Somebody asked a good question in the chat. They asked, do the players also have a Fog of War rating? I believe they do, right?
Yes, so the terms of the Fog of War ratings, we have predominantly most of the people's Fog of War ratings are lying between 18 and 1900, with the exceptions of Magic Nelwyn, who is the FM from France, who hails in at just above 2100, and Min, who hails in just above 2200 currently.
So you think Ming is like the big favorite and the French player is the number 2 favorite, right behind Ming?
I would say purely based on rating, yes. However, I don't think we can discount either of the two GMs, because just because their rating isn't in the variant isn't super high, that doesn't mean they don't have the capability to do so themselves. And I think we'll find that they are going to sort of play well above their represented strength.
All right. Yep. And also, they might not have a lot of games under their belt, so maybe they're good, but that hasn't reflected yet in their rating. And who knows? Maybe they'll be able to pick up the game quickly.
Yes, I also think if they've decided to do a bit of their homework and they've taken this thing a bit seriously, they will have the added benefit of a big archive of games to work off. And they say prep is important in regular chess. Well, prep in Fog of War can lead to outright wins immediately. Whereas if they and it looks like we're getting straight in. We have two games started, S. Patrick and Mitra Baha. I think we'll wait a little bit to see if the other game with the GM and RFM start, or we can go straight into yeah, Mitra Baha and Craig Oxide. Um, Up to you.
Yeah, let's perhaps start. Did you say Kraftsiev started yet? If so, let's follow him.
No, Krasov has not begun his game. It's only
Oh,
the only
me.
two games that have started are Min's and Craig's.
All right, let's start off with Craig's, like you
Oh,
said,
here
because
we go. We've got it. We've got it. It's up. Oh, Nelwyn has
all
actually
right,
grinded up to 2200. So let's get rid of this fog so we can see everything.
okay.
And we have D4, D5 on the board.
Yeah, so d4, d5, a little bit risky by both players, exposing their king for the moment from the a4 to e8 diagonal. So I would expect both of them to go either c6 or knight c3 quickly. What do you think?
Yeah, I think these are quite good. But instead, no one's immediately going for c4. I think he might be trying to go for a sneaky queen a4 uh,
Hmm.
in a queen's gambit accepted line. But we'll see. I think if black is being principled, we're probably going to see, yeah, exactly. We're going to see the move e6. Here we care less about developing our bishop outside of the diagonal because our bishop is often going to come to the d7 square to protect our king from checks and keep the knight flexible for the c6 square.
Hmm. All right, so we've seen early trade on d5 and bishop f4. Bishop e4, by the way, could be an interesting move, but perhaps also a bit risky in case white would have played a move like, I don't know, queen b3 or queen a4, of course. That's why c6 makes perfect sense, blocking that diagonal.
Exactly.
e3 now by white. What do you think
C6.
black is going to do here?
I think we're going to get knight f6 and castles. I think he's going to play very, very sound. I don't think we're going to get anything too crazy. C6 was an only move because you didn't see him make a move, so you know that the fact that queen a4 could have been played forces the move c6 or knight d7 or bishop d7.
Right. And yeah, c6, pretty normal, pretty standard move also in normal chess, bishop d3. It's kind of funny, like this is just a very standard queen's gambit decline, bishop d3. And now if we look at black's perspective, I think you don't go bishop f5, there might be bishop on d3, you don't want to do that. Maybe you just go like knight bd7, rook e8, knight f8, typical maneuvering like that.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Uh, this is one of those less crazy positions that we've got, so I wouldn't be surprised. But what I am a bit concerned by is Nelwyn's clock being
Ooh,
burned so much in the opening stage.
right. Yeah, okay, so he does go knight bd7. Knight ge2, what do you make of that move? Would you put the knight there as well, or would you perhaps put it on the more active f3 square? I probably, in fog of war, would put it on f3.
I think I'm inclined towards f3 because, for example, whenever a piece appears, whenever the g4 square, for example, darkens up, you can't know for certain whether that's a bishop or not, and then you sort of begin to have to start second guessing how you're going to approach the situation. But we get a3, a5. I guess he's trying to prepare against ideas behind b4, but instead we have
Mhm.
our battery lining up on the diagonal, and I wouldn't be surprised to see long castles and h4, h5 ideas.
Right, he goes h3, but the drawback of the move h3 is that he is giving black information. Now black knows that there's a pawn on a3 and a pawn on h3, whereas white, as we can see, is still fully in the dark. He cannot see any of black's pieces besides that pawn on d5. And now we see the first trade offered with bishop d6. I quite like black's chances here because I feel like black has a more view of the board than white has.
Yes, I think that some knowledge of information is quite good. Um, this isolated pawn that has now been created on b4 is just like in regular chess is quite a target, and I think they're going to try and exploit that. Seeing this knight appear on g6 for white though is at least somewhat nice because you can have a pretty good idea where both knights are placed now.
Hmm. Right.
Uh, yeah, and now I guess we get castles. The move knight g6 kind of generally only makes sense with the king being on g8 in fog of war.
All right, but yeah, Seize having a big advantage on the clock. He's up almost 2 minutes, whereas Magic is already down to 30 seconds. Um, all right, and yeah, if you're playing with black, you're not going to capture that pawn on b4. The risk of a rook or being on b1 or a queen being on b3 is just too high. You don't take that.
Yeah, exactly. You can never risk that. Um,
Hmm.
so which is one other way you can safely unguard a pawn and not have to really concern yourself. Um, I'm surprised that black allowed this outpost on c5 for the knight with the move b5 earlier. Um,
Hmm.
because now he will see a piece of land there. He'll know that's a knight. Oh, he's got his queen there, and now he's just trying to infiltrate uh, on the open a file. So I think, as you said earlier, White's position is a bit more cramped than Black, and especially with the time situation, I think this could lead to some issues. And now Black is trying to dislodge the knight that is firmly rooted on c5.
Yep. 97, nice move. Perhaps aiming to trade or knight b6 to c4. That would be a nice outpost for the black knight. He goes rook back. Perhaps he was still a bit. I think maybe he was worried that white moved his knight back to b1, and that's why he moved the knight back. All right, we see queen trade now, but I really like white's chances now, as the c6 pawn is quite weak. But again, white is very long time.
Precisely. But again, I think it's beginning to this earlier b5 move is probably going to begin to come back to haunt him a little bit.
All right.
Weakening the light squares around your king is fine. Obviously, you still got the light square bishop, and as you'll see, beyond the bishop and the pawns that are kind of locked, all of all of his pieces were on dark squares. But yeah, so it will be interesting. Oh, it looks like we're going to get a set of rooks off the board, or is he going to play king h2? I think I'd play king h2 just to not hide, exactly, not to show the position of your king, because knowing
Yep.
where that king is makes a huge difference.
Absolutely, and he's down to 4 seconds. Very tricky. Now with black, I would love to infiltrate with rook a2, and he does so. So he's not worried about the rook being able to be captured. Ooh, and I think, okay, it's too risky to take that pawn on f2, right?
Yeah, you can't possibly know that the king is on h2.
Is he? Knight takes e3, I think, is also just impossible to play. And for white, vice versa, it's almost impossible to take on c6 to know that that pawn can actually be captured.
Yeah, there's been enough time that in theory the king could just be sitting on d6 and you'd have no idea.
Right. Okay, f5, okay.
Now, I
So
there you go.
Uh, sorry, I wanted to ask you, in an endgame like this, with such little information, what do you do with black?
Well, I think with this, it's quite hard. I think you're going to see the knight move to e4 now, um,
Uh-huh.
and I think yeah. So white makes a very reasonable decision. I think trading that knight and allowing him to recapture is probably a mistake. I expect rook takes, rook a6, and here's the issue: black knows where white's rook was. White has
Uh-huh.
absolutely no
Right.
idea.
Right.
Oh, but
Okay, so
you
we
know,
see a
showing the king is pretty good for white.
right. Yeah, at least white knew for a second. So that's why he quickly goes to f2 and black instantly steps out of the way. Okay, now a trade of
Oh,
rooks is offered.
now
And I
this
assume
is scary.
uh-huh. White can go e4, maybe. E4 is definitely a move, if white wants to try. Now if e4 is played, white can just trade and go king e6. I guess we've talked about this before, Jay. You said draws are very unlikely, but I think we'll probably
Yeah,
see a draw here with both
that's
players
crazy.
jumping.
It really doesn't tend to happen. I was about to mention. I had just been telling you that I don't see many draws, but I don't see how this is really going to go anywhere.
Right. The
Especially if
one
Black has a good
idea.
idea where the pawns are, he should really be shuffling between f6 and e6 instead of f6 and g6, because he should know the only possible break in the position comes from the move e4. So his king needs to be in a good place to deal with that.
Right, but I was just thinking about it. Like, even though e4 is a pawn break, it's very difficult for white to go for it because black could take and have to. Like, let's say the black king is on e6, and white goes e4, take, and black goes king e6. Black goes, let's say, king f6. You don't like. Are you gonna go d5 or king f5? Like, one of those moves might just lose, right?
Yeah, it's a big risk if White thinks they want to push for the win. But I do think No Winner's probably got away with a little bit here because I don't think our GM here has responsibly used his time when he had a huge lead over his opponent. And instead of trying to make hard moves, he made moves that make White's decisions much easier.
Yep. All right, so this game is very likely going to end in a draw. I assume, by the way, that in Fog of War we also have threefold repetition and the 50 move rule. So
Yes.
I assume this game will end. Yeah, and there we
Okay.
had it. That was wait, sorry, was it 50 moves or was it a threefold?
It was a agreed draw. A draw was offered and agreed.
All right, so
All right.
exciting draw here in the first game, and we see that Mitraba took the lead in his match. Big surprise that Ming took the lead as well, and Calabera took the lead as well in his match.
Wow. Okay, so we got e4, e5, which is
Wow.
I don't think I've seen that before. So I mean, this is the beauty of someone who doesn't play as much. They can come out with these ideas that are just very unfamiliar, and I don't know how. I wouldn't even begin to know how to respond. You see a square darken on e5. You play knight c6, and you're like, what what is that?
I think what White is trying to do is try to get early information, right? If Black goes d6, yeah, at least he knows that the pawn is there. So I assume he is going to take now, or yeah, and he takes. Okay, and I guess Black will take back with. Do you take back with the queen or with the pawn?
Yeah, I like
Both you
this.
do.
So I would take back with the queen. Um, so he's gone queen e2
Mm,
immediately, which is a really good response. But the whole point is that taking back with the pawn is the expected response and giving your opponent the position they're expecting. If they don't go for a
uh-huh.
sort of like a reality check with queen e2, seeing if you went for some Benoni type structure, then they might spend the entire time operating on the idea that there is a pawn on d6, which could be disastrous.
Mm, yep. Right. So queen f6, a tricky move. I think a pretty typical fog of war move, right? Get a lot of scope off the board. However, knight d5, Jay, or knight e4 could be really tricky because you don't see that knight jump coming, right? The knight can see the queen, but the queen cannot see the knight.
Exactly. It's the thing is you knew the. I think you should probably. I mean, you should probably set it up if you're going to go 95, but I think 94 is a super safe move because you know the queen we captured on d6. You know it's not on e6, so there's a good chance that the queen is either there or it's moved to a square that does not see the e4 square.
And Seiza once again having a massive lead on the clock, 3 minutes against 110. We see that Magic is outrating him quite significantly by 400 points, but Seiza is really putting the pressure on the clock here. But do you think, I was going to ask, do you think he dares to go 94 or 95 jumping? I think 95 is too risky because Black could have dropped their queen back to d8. Is 94 also too risky?
No, I think now it would be, but I think 94 would basically immediately after queen e2. Going straight for this knight c3 94 idea would have been fine. I think the odds of the bishop appearing on f5 in conjunction with another piece hitting the e4 square are so low.
Yeah.
Um, so I think that would have been fine, a good attempt. Now we see the
Right.
e6 move in, which we can therefore probably make a reasonable assumption that there is now a bishop on f5, um,
Uh-huh.
just because he's got it outside of the pawn chain.
Yeah. And there he's also seeing that the queen is on, sorry, the knight is on h6. Now he goes 94. Black has just moved their queen. And I guess Black is now going to castle, or is he going to try to do something very creative.
Ah, yeah, okay, fine. So he's planning to capture back with the hopes that the queen is still sitting on d1. Um, very logical. We get h4, just expanding. I don't know if Nelwyn is going to want to castle, but I think it should be fine. I don't think there's much to worry about. Especially this construction seems to imply that, given the bishop just appeared off from likely from c1, that the king is castled kingside.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. So g6. I guess Black is aiming to go queen g7 to try to get a lot of information of the board, and there we see it. Now, I think with Black, you don't capture that pawn on b2. It looks too risky.
No, I think you need to have a knight on d4 to even consider it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, on b4, sorry, not d4, because if you have the knight on b4, you see the pawn still on c2. You know the bishop came from c1. You probably can take the risk and just take on b2 in a lot of lines.
Right, but I love this move g5, trying to do some damage on the king side. He takes, not liking this for white. I think take, it's gonna have to take with the pawn, and that king is not feeling safe. Rook g8, and I wonder if Black is just gonna go for it, or
Oh, I don't
and sort of
like
assume that white does not have it defended.
I don't like knight f3. I also don't like rook d7. I think you had to I think you had to go rook e3 instead of knight f3.
Oh,
Um,
right.
and not going for this bishop h3 is
Hmm.
really surprising because I would have thought that'd be the whole idea behind this sequence of moves.
Right, but Black, of course, did not know if bishop h3 was a good move, if it was available.
Yes, but then I guess my question becomes so as in why do we make this whole maneuver if we're not planning to try and throw in this bishop h3 idea after doubling up?
Wait, but what is Black doing? I feel like that knight has moved from c6 to e7 to c8 and then back and now to g6. Like the knight's here moved. Oh, on the
Oh,
queen. White's gonna take that.
yes, of course.
Massive turnaround and magic down to 10 seconds. I think Seysa has this one in the back.
Yeah, this is looking pretty grim. I think this bishop's going to come back to e2. Um, if I were Magic here, oh no, if I was our GM, I would be playing well takes b3 and king b2. Rook
Uh-huh.
a8 protected once. That's fair enough. I'm still really looking for this sort of b3 king b2 because you know your opponent has a light squared bishop, but now well, you want your king on dark squares, generally speaking.
Oh, and now you definitely get rid of that knight and trade
Yeah,
off.
of
But
course.
okay, how easy is it to convert this with white? You have a queen versus a rook, which is just one piece, but you don't know where the other pieces are. Queen
No,
a1, a risky move, right? If Black had a rook on a8, then you're just lost.
yeah, of course. That's I also think a wild move.
Okay.
He's taking a lot of liberties. It's quite hard to yeah. So I like this, but putting your king on a square where there is minimal ways of attacking it. Ooh, and now ooh yeah. I don't. I think you have. It's hard. I don't like moving the queen off of the a file because every time you do, you kind of have to immediately move it back again just to check that you're not being mated.
Oh,
Wow!
he hung his queen!
Queen
No,
a5.
and
Why
now
would
he
you
hung
play queen
mate.
a5 and not queen c5?
Yeah, no, that doesn't make any sense. Wow.
I think a little
He
bit of
found
luck.
the only square, pretty much, where he could hang his queen. And now Black still has to finish it off, but as long as he keeps putting his rook on safe squares, he should just... Oh, I think here's what he's going to do. He put his rook on d8 to navigate, like, what's happening on the d file, and that's when he moved his king
Oh,
there. Oh,
okay. I mean, he should have known that that was a pawn. That's unfortunate. Nelwyn turns that one around. I think experience triumphing in this worse position.
mm-hmm. All right, so tough loss there for Seysa. Let's see if he's going to come back. By the way, we see that Calaberta has already qualified to the winner semis. Ming is very close to doing so, and Mitraba is currently at match point as is a 2-1 lead.
Right. Yeah. It's some very unsurprising results. Here we're getting a semi-Slav uh, on the board.
Mhm. Right, but
which
c6 makes sense as you make sure that your king is safe on the a4 e8 diagonal in case white has played queen f4 check.
exactly, it's a really common thing. You're going to find the bishop's going to go to d7. The knight, a maneuver that gets played a lot in these situations is knight a6, knight c7. Um,
But
so
Jay, one thing that looks very surprising to me is that white had played knight c3 and b3. If black had put a queen on a5 or a bishop on b4, then knight would have been gone.
yeah,
Wasn't that
so
risky?
it is. Thing is, you know if there's a knight on b4, you know if there's a piece on b4, right? Because the pawn on b3 wouldn't be able to advance more.
Ah.
Um, so it is risky if the queen is on a5, but you never know if we've already had bishop d3, knight e2, then knight c3. That even if you play that move, black might not be risking to take it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Um, but yeah, here he's getting this. He's looking like he's trying to open up some diagonals towards Nelwyn's kingside, and I think what maybe hasn't been noticed so far by our GM friend here is Nelwyn is showing a tendency not to castle.
Mm-hmm.
Um, in all of his games. So this is what I mean about meta in the positions. We should have noticed when we have a quick flick through just before the next game gets rematched, is that he likes to keep his king in the center of the board. So we should be adjusting our strategy accordingly in this position. And
Uh-huh.
this is where it goes away from chess, and this is more of the fog of war and sort of game theoretic aspects begin to come into play.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay, so let's see. So with black, yeah, I think you don't take the pawn on h2, right? In this position right here, it's not even a good move. And you cannot know whether white has, even if white has castled, you don't know if there's a knight on f3, so you don't do that. With black, do you go, let's say, bishop g4 to try to gather more information? You see that pawn is on h2. The only risk of that is that there could be a pawn on f3, but I would assume that that is unlikely, right?
Yeah, I think it's quite rare to see a pawn on f3. So I think that would be a pretty safe bet. The only thing I'm trying to think of something thing you can't know is if there's a bishop on e2 and a knight on e3. If you don't have a vision of that, but we get
Okay.
bishop g4 as expected. Uh,
Yep.
I'm quite surprised we haven't seen the move c5. I think this is a bit of an oversight by no one because when you see that there's a knight on b6 and you know that the d pawn is gone, then the
Mm-hmm.
odds of there being a piece on d6 and c5 leading to a fork are very high.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay, so we see a6 and b6 on the board. I quite like black's position. By the way, black again has a massive edge on the clock, a little below 3 minutes against 30 seconds. Also, by the way, with black, I would definitely go rook fe8 at some point to gather more information on the e-file.
Yeah, it's very logical. I think the question I guess here becomes is what is okay? I will just bring the bishop back. Here we go. Rook fe8 as expected. h3 trading the bishop off. I think that makes a lot of sense. Also, during that trade, we'll note that uh, there were no rooks seen on f1 or d1, so black should be able to surmise that that king is still on e1, which I think is an
Mm-hmm.
important thing. But I don't know. I really dislike the time usage in this situation. I think he's just
Right.
blitzing out moves in a game where you really need to be thinking about
Uh-huh.
why pieces are where they are.
Okay, and white finally castles. So now let's see what Seysa is going to do. I think he's going to trade the bishops on e3, but I think he's going to be worried to take that pawn on e3. To me, that would look too risky.
Completely agreed.
Okay, so she's
Rotate.
trading
And
with
I
e1.
think we might see Queen E3 here. Uh,
No, rook
too
d8, the
solid.
safe move.
Too solid.
Okay. Okay, so I quite like black's chances here. I think if black has kept track of the pieces, he probably knows that white is a light square bishop, right? So now he's going to put a lot of pieces on the light squares. By the way, for that reason, queen d7 to me seemed slightly risky.
A very risky move. Because there could have just been the bishop on A4. Uh,
And does it? Okay, so he trades, and now he's gonna go knight to c5. And
this
is he
this
gonna be
this should
confident?
win. This should win every game.
Okay, he takes the pawn. Yeah, this should just be a win. That pawn is gone. A5. He can now safely bring the king. G. Uh.
Just run.
Okay.
Oh no!
Oh.
He just sends it
What?
forwards. He doesn't think he has so much
And
time.
knight a4 to me is also okay. Wait. Does White realize it? Yes, he does. Now the
He knows
question
where the
is
knight's
White?
moved to. Oh,
Oh.
what? What is
Ooh.
that? You know the knight's not
Well.
moved there.
Oh, yeah. He could have known if the knight was on c5 that b5 would have been a safe square. Yeah.
He knows the knight's moved there. Oh no, that's an
Oh
ouchie.
yeah, because the e4 square goes dark. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
he could have even
precisely.
known.
You know. Oh, and look,
Oh,
GM
and look at
goes
this.
straight
He's on
in.
full. He goes for the scholar's mate. This one
I
is
mean,
coming down to the wire.
classic c5 gets played. You see the c4 square darken immediately. You know, things go off in your head. You're like, okay, what rubbish is happening? What's he trying to do? Um,
All right, Queen G3. By the way, in the meantime, Ming has won his match. Calabrera has won his match as well. Fortunately for White, he just defended that bishop. C4 and Mitrava and Mascarenas are going to overtime. Whoever wins that game wins the match.
yeah. Wow. I mean, that is just what a nightmare situation for no one there to lose that.
Hmm.
I mean, you played d6 and you still haven't blocked the diagonal. That's very risky.
Hmm. Okay, bishop D7. Alrighty, yeah, okay. I was going to ask, do you think White's going to castle? He says yes. Bishop C6. Okay, I think you don't take on G7. Now, I assume. I would? Do you think Black is going to castle? I think that is what White is sort of hoping for, but of course he doesn't know if Black castles or not.
I know I might eat my words in a minute, but I think when you've seen that now in place in a certain way, I don't see him deviating. That
Right,
king is going to sit firmly on e8 for a long time.
right.
Oh,
Rook
he might go
B1
long.
and
Long castling is always I am very partial to long castles.
yeah. So Rook B1 and Bishop A1, I see those as typical information moves, right? Opening up the B file for his rook. He sees there's a pawn there. E4, I guess, maybe aiming to go E5 or just trying to gather a little bit more information. And now Black is probably thinking like, what do I do now? As we see that again, Sesa gets a massive. It's already up a minute on the clock.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't even know if I can call the clock as what is the reason that the previous game went so awry. But yeah, it certainly didn't help.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yep.
yeah, I mean, I would be. I'm actually somewhat surprised with the strategy now was employed that he hasn't gone for e5 to lock the center up because if your king's going to stay in the middle, there we go. Okay, so he's castling long. This makes more sense.
Mm-hmm.
King
Yep.
h1 is a bit of a weird move to me. Because
Mm-hmm.
it's very likely there's a bishop staring down that diagonal, and you know there's nothing staring down the g1 diagonal. So, but let's see.
All right. So knight D. Oh, he hangs his knight, but with Black, do you take it?
I would because I think that knight is significantly better than the bishop.
Ah, okay. Right.
Um,
And do you also take it because you think like, well, in the worst case, this is an even trade, and in the best case, this is just a free knight. Is that
yeah,
also a factor?
that's a huge factor. So I am surprised it didn't get taken.
Okay.
For the reasons you mentioned.
Okay, Queen f2, excellent move. He saw that e5 square go dark, so he thought, hey, there could be a knight there. I have to move my queen. Knight df3, and now
Nice.
he sees that there is a knight. I guess with Black, perhaps you just go rook dg8, just double up the rooks, and
Yeah.
hope that at some point you can do something along the g file.
I think that's a good plan here. I
Mhm.
really am like really disliking the fact that this king is still on h1 and with this battery. Okay, so he's decided to retreat his knight. I'm not sure where he's trying to reroute that to though.
Mm-hmm. All right, a4, a5. Okay.
A4, A5 is
Okay.
logical, but now you've got a known backward pawn on B6, so there's a good chance the rooks might shuffle over, but if white's attack is quicker, then it's fine.
Yep. Rook dg8. Okay, I guess at some point, yeah, with white, maybe he wants to go queen to c2. He goes rook e1 instead. A little bit odd to me. I guess at some point he is going to double up those rooks, right?
Yes, I would expect so. Okay, now he brings the knight back, so what was the point of this maneuver? I'm not really sure. I expect FE. Yeah.
Yeah. And now I would think with oh, okay, he's hanging g2, but black of course doesn't know if that is available. f5. I really like what black is doing here.
Oh!
Wait, but it's really likely that the pawn was protected. Oh,
Oh, no! You can't play rook, queen, g... Oh, what is that? Oh
I
my
mean, that
god.
is insane. No, putting your queen on a half-open file, like, the chance of a rook being there is just way too high, no?
No, yeah, what is that move?
I don't
Unbelievable.
know. I mean, even for my limited fog of war knowledge, that looks very odd, okay? There
Okay,
goes another
I
piece.
can get rook b6, you just sack it and...
Oh, he didn't dare to take it. Alright,
Yeah,
so black is
precisely,
just
just...
crushing.
Oh, wow,
Okay.
okay. I mean...
He's gonna trade, I think. He's gonna trade.
No, he should play
Because
ed first. He should play ed here.
right, but he doesn't know that the king is on 8. Oh, no, wait,
He
he...
does, because he just took on a... he just played rook g1. Yep, ed got played by
Oh,
now,
so
and...
he saw... Oh, right, so he saw the
Yeah.
king. Okay, and now he probably knows that he can push. Yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah, if he plays ed first, he gains that extra tempo and is guaranteed to queen the pawn.
Right. Queen d7, playing it very safe. All right. I would have probably gone queen c2 instead of dropping the queen all the way back. But he's
Yeah.
doing this very professionally. Now putting the second pawn home. And that's a win for Magic. What a very tough match.
Yeah, and if there's one big takeaway I can say is what is you need to use your time better. Time needs to be used
Mhm.
better.
Yeah, I was really surprised by Seysa taking the pawn on e5 and also putting his queen in g3. But in the end, it is Cladent clinching this match as we now move on to the winner's semifinal. And we see the bracket here. We see that Natmin To won his game, won his match. We also see Calaberda won. We see Rabino won, Mitraba. But fortunately for the losers in the winners quarterfinals, they can still come back in through the losers bracket.
Exactly, and I think I'm sure you agree. Maybe we follow along Nelwyn as he goes up against the second GM in the in our finals when we get back to the round two, where I don't think Nelwyn is playing his best. And yes, Kay, he wasn't punished in this first round, but I don't know if that's still going to hold true in the next one. I think Nelwyn's going to have to up his game because he got away with, quite frankly, murder in a couple of these.
Yep. No, absolutely. We'll see how the players will step up their game. And Not Ming To has been very convincing. He won 3-0. We see Calaberda also won 3-0. But I suppose Ming is just a big favorite there, right?
Yeah, it's still Min. Yeah, I currently haven't seen any indication of any other significant favorites, but maybe we'll see something inspiring in one of the next rounds to give us hope for a challenger.
Absolutely. And then in the match between Mitraba and Clement, who do you have there?
Well, I kind of have to say I was not impressed by Nelwyn's play relative to his normal level, so I want to err on the side of saying that Mitraba could sort of sneak in and take this one and kick him to the losers bracket. But if Nelwyn is just a bit rusty and he comes back in stronger form, then I think we're going to see the top bracket finals potentially also being the end finals, if I had to put a guess on it.
Yep. All right, it's going to be exciting. The games are going to get underway pretty soon. So, yeah, It's again like really hard to say who can possibly stop Ming. He's always the favorite in these variants. He's won a lot. This is our last community championship of the year. Do you know how many he has won this year? Probably already like, I don't know, 8 or something.
It feels like that, right? Uh, I
I
I
feel
don't
like
know if
he's been at every championship. Like I feel like
that
he's been
that
here
he
every
has.
single month.
I think if you said he'd been at 8 of the community cups, I would be surprised because I would expect it to be higher. I
Right.
assume he's won probably 3 or 4 of them, but I'm not certain.
Mhm.
So maybe
Right.
someone can in chat can tell us just how many Min has nailed. You know.
Yeah, he's definitely won quite a few. I forgot which ones. Well, there's also a hyper bullet. He did not win that one. He did not win last month, but yeah, I think definitely like I said, 3 or 4. I think Sire won chess. He might have. I don't know if he won that one, but he's always there. He's always there, and he's getting better every single year.
Yeah, and I think as Christian says, he could be a pro variance coach. You know what? I think he realized he decided his ambitions of becoming a GM should be laid to the
Mhm.
wayside because his true calling was the variant server. Um, and he's certainly showing it. But it looks like we're getting some games started with Craig versus Case in the losers bracket. So we can go into that, or we can wait for Nelwyn Mitrabaha in the winners bracket.
Right. Okay, so perhaps let's have a look at Ming. I think it'll be really cool to see how our tournament favorite is playing. Right, what does he believe to be the meta?
All
Right,
right.
how do you think he's playing his games? You think he's playing E4, D4, C4? What do you think is what do you think are his go-to openings?
I don't expect to see D4. I expect to see E4 or C4, uh,
Hmm.
or even E6, E3, not E6.
Uh,
E6 if he's back, I could also see that happening.
right.
Um,
So you think with white E4 and C4, and with black, how do you think he's gonna start out? Start out.
I think C5 every game. Um,
Uh huh.
and let's put the fog off and quickly catch up. He opened this
Yeah.
game with
Yeah.
knight f, with c5, and here we are.
Uh huh.
Straight in. I think
And do
this
you
is a very. Oh, go on.
And do you think he knew that his opponent played b3, bishop b2? Perhaps that's why also he put the pawn on e5, grabbing a lot of space and like blocking that bishop.
I'm not sure if that's the reason why. I just think this reverse stonewall structure is quite common as black in Fog of War. People do tend to quite like it, so I would probably attribute it more to that. I think if anything, he's quite surprised to see that there is not a pawn on e4 when he played e5.
Right. And what do you make of this move, queen e7? To me, it looks a little bit risky. I suppose, by the way, that he played bishop to e6 to make sure that in case white goes knight e5, he sees that knight there. But why
Yes.
does he put the queen in e7? Can you explain that, Jay?
I think the idea is that should the e file open up, he doesn't want to run the risk of him having to make a tough decision about whether or not his king is under attack.
Aha. Right.
Um,
And why bishop h6?
so bishop h6 is always the fun little trap, right? If there's a battery on the diagonal, say bishop queen one, so you got a bishop on d2, the queen's on c1. The bishop takes on the bishop is on h6. You go bishop takes h6, and instead of capturing back with the knight, you take back with the rook, implying that the knight has already moved. And after queen takes h6, surprise, the knight captures back.
All right. Okay, so we see now white going knight d5.
Yeah.
Okay, so he cannot, under normal circumstances in chess, take that with a knight. That's going to run into a fork. He goes queen f7, logical move. All right, so what does white do here? And by the way, if you're playing here with
Oh,
oh,
that's a weird move. I was expecting e4.
uh-huh.
You also note that Min is been highlighting some squares, and this is something that a lot of strong players do. Which is at the beginning they mark where they know the pawns are, so they have an idea where the pawn structures are,
Oh,
right? So these are
wow.
all little things that help you have to think a little bit less about the position, so you can
Hmm.
focus more on other things. So as you can see him, placing
Right.
on these squares. I, for one, to help me keep track of things, would do this with the pawns. When a file opened up, I draw a little arrow like this, saying this file is open, just so I know this file is open. And if I'm struggling with the bishops, I'll just do this to tell me which bishop is gone.
Mm-hmm. Right. But White cannot see that Ming is drawing, right? Or can he?
No, white cannot see this. This is
Yeah. All right. So f5, White definitely, creating some compensation. Okay, we see Black taking. He takes on f6 now. I guess Ming is going to recapture. And now White can take on f6, but is he going to be confident to take that pawn on h5?
and that's I expect at this pace you kind of have to risk it, and we get queen takes h5.
Ooh, and
That's a very good move.
I suppose Ming knows that a white queen could have captured that,
The
right? And
fact
so
that
he's
the
going to
white
move
queen
his
could
king.
have means he has to, especially since it could have come from the d1 square.
Yeah. Do you take that? Feels risky, right?
I think if you don't take that, then you have to be aware that the queen could come to g4.
Right. He's probably going to go bishop f7. Oh, he does take it. Okay, let's see. Ooh, but okay. Do you think Ming is going to take it? I
I
think
think
so,
I
right?
don't
Because
think I think he's going to play queen g6. If I had to guess,
hmm.
I think it's the safest move in the position.
But if White has done the math, he should have sort of figured out that after Queen G6, Rook G5 is a pretty safe move, right? Or is it too
Yeah.
hard?
I think you don't know. Well, do you know? No, I think you're pretty. Have you had vision? You have had vision of the e6 square. Yeah, the
I'm
bishop
gonna
moves
say
over.
that
Yeah.
Ming, as the goat of Fog of War, is gonna take the Rook. Let's see. Like, it's pretty unlikely, right? Here's the thing. I think if you don't take that Rook, you're getting crushed because you know there's a Queen on H5, there's Rook on F5. So I think you have to take, and you sort of accept like, hey, if I don't take this Rook, I'm gonna lose anyway. Ah, he goes Queen H6, and now
Okay,
is White
now
gonna
rook
go Rook
g5.
G5?
Okay, queen
Ah,
g5. Oh, and
and
now
now,
yeah. Oh, and
yeah,
that
okay,
is rough.
yeah, really well played by White.
Queen g5, I think makes a whole bunch of sense here.
And look at the clock, by the way. Ming down to 5 seconds.
Woo!
Ooh, should D5? Yeah, that's rough.
And resignation. Wow, an upset already in the first match.
Okay, this is really exciting. Yeah, I thought, Ming is the pre-tournament favorite, especially as he won that piece early, was just gonna cruise, but White brilliantly was able to get some compensation
And here
and
I
turn
said
it
I don't
into a
think
big
we'd ever
attack.
see d4 from Min, but here he's opened up with
Mm,
d4. So what do I know?
yeah, and okay, E4, nice move because he knows that there's no pawn on D5. And I guess E5 now, just to grab more space.
I would have
What
played
comes
e5
first?
as well. I think taking the space and then just playing moves. Other moves. Oh yeah, see, he's noting down where all the pawns are.
Mm-hmm.
Do you take here though? I think it's yeah. I don't think you can because I think you have enough knowledge to know there shouldn't be a queen on a5, but you don't want to just. It's quite annoying to. Black can gain a move by knowing that you have to deal with the possibility of a queen being on a5, so they can use that to do something else.
Right. Okay, so bishop D3, trade. Okay, this looks pretty pleasant for White. I mean, definitely in normal chess terms, but I think also in Fog of War, you have a lot of space. We see Ming, by the way, again, drawing the arrows, defining the black pawn structure. And for black, I guess it's difficult to find good squares for your pieces.
Yeah, queen a5, very expected move. I expect bishop d2. That's not what we get, but this also works. I also want to compliment that defender did what you kind of have to do in these positions in the last game, which was you dropped a piece, but he sort of neglected his king safety and just tried to open up the king side of the position and pose problems to Min, and it worked. So that's
Yeah,
really promising.
right. And yeah, honestly, okay, I'm not an expert like you or like Ming, but I still think he should have taken that rook because since he did not, like it was just sort of a calculated gamble, right? Like I said, if he does not take the rook, he might just lose anyway. So I think he just kind of had to go for it, right?
Yeah, I think no, I think what you're saying makes sense. Like, I definitely agree with you upon sort of upon thinking about it. I think it's one of these things where you kind of out level yourself, if that makes sense.
Hmm.
So you're like, oh, I should take the rook here. It's the most move, but maybe he expects me to take the rook, so maybe I shouldn't take the rook, and I'm not going to take the rook. And you're like, well, this guy is not. This guy's more thinking, oh, I see piece, I take piece. Um, not not
Right.
necessarily as in depth, especially when you're low on time. I think makes a lot of sense to just take the
Hmm.
rook. Makes your decision making process easier.
Yeah, and we see Ming, by the way, quite significantly down on the clock. I don't know what to make of his position. It feels like the king on c8 could be a little unsafe potentially down the road. I quite like White's. Oh no, wait, sorry. Dragon is playing with White, so this looks like a nice game for him to try to bounce back.
Yes, I agree. I think it's doing quite well. I would expect the bishop on c4 to be captured
Hmm.
because you should know that the pawn structure is gonna, I think, change a bit favorably. But instead, no, he decides he wants the semi-open a file, which also makes a whole bunch of sense.
Right. Okay, so let's see. If you're playing here with Black, what do you do to try to, get some counterplay?
Hmm. Well, I think yeah. So I really like the beginning of this maneuver with Rook F8. I think you are going to want to play F6 and just try and open up the position. I think it's quite clear by now that the king is somewhere on the G or the H file. Um, but it seems like Min has sort of anticipated this and is playing F5 himself to kind of stop the position being opened up as easily there.
Right. Or do you think he made that move to get more information, and now he at least he knows that there's a pawn in g6?
Yeah, no. I think that's also very possible. I don't expect to see FG. Yep, I expect F6 because again, we're kind of closing up the side around the king. And now, I think, as you said, this, I wouldn't be shocked to see bishop h6 just get thrown in here,
Hmm.
because the odds of anything attacking that are quite low. And then bishop h6, bishop g7 could be an idea.
Right. So rook e6 played. Okay, he knows that a piece moved to e6, and he goes knight h2. Wow. And okay, perhaps now knight f2 to h3 to g5, as he knows that those pawns are in g6 and h5, and the knight would be safe there. To me, looks like a nice plan. What do you think?
I completely agree. And I think he's still doing that. He's just reinforcing the knight when it arrives on the square with
Hmm.
h4. So are we going to see that plan of knight f2?
Oh wow, and Black sacrificed. Okay, here's the thing. In the last game, we saw Black just going for it. Here, he does not take on e3. Instead, he goes bishop d6. Funnily enough, by the way, Black could have taken that pawn on c2 for quite a number of moves. Sorry, c3, but he never
Yes.
did so. I think though he's gonna take on a2, perhaps with the bishop. Like he should know that it's probably safe to take, right? He takes
Yeah,
with the
and
queen.
he takes with the queen, which I also don't hate. The odds of there being a bishop on b1 are very low. Um,
Yep.
and this is good information. I
Right.
expect bishop. Oh, he takes. I was expecting bishop b3.
It's kind of interesting. I feel like Dragon is the more cautious player, whereas Defend is a little more bold. Whenever he sees something hanging, he just goes for it, and he just sort of banks on the fact that he can do it. And we saw here he actually could take the pawn. In the last game, it the rook could have actually been captured, but Ming didn't trust it,
Yeah.
or he
Oh,
trusted him too much, so to speak.
king f1 is not a move I was expecting to walk into the pin is there.
All right. But now perhaps he's aiming to go 95, and there we have it, a trade of the queens. That's a nice move. Still, does black take and then go king d7?
Oh, I
In
don't like this. Yeah,
right, but
nothing.
now,
I mean, king e6, bishop g3,
mhm.
and then I mean, you to be fair, you got ideas of a6, a5, and this is where the pawns are just really scary because they can just run down the board. You have no idea.
Right, but with white, do you play bishop f4 here, or do you just sort of trust that black is never actually going to take that pawn?
I think given how the last game got played, there's probably a I would play bishop f4 and then g3.
Aha, right.
Ooh.
Oh, okay, he hung e5, but black doesn't know. He could have also thought that the bishop dropped back to h2 or g3, so it's a bit risky to take that
Ah,
pawn.
okay. A4 has been pushed. White doesn't know a4. A3 is the square is moved with a3. I think he can risk taking on e5. He should be able to suss out.
Ooh,
Okay, now he should take on e5. There we go.
yep. Okay, he takes. Okay, maybe now bishop b2 and c4, but of course if c4 is played, okay, he's gonna take an f6. Very interesting.
Oh, this is really difficult now to navigate as Dragon.
Yeah. Okay, you take that. But then the question is, do you take? I think you take again, right?
He
Yeah,
doesn't
you
know.
take
No,
again.
he doesn't. Does he know there's a? He doesn't know that
No, no,
there's a
but
king.
the king cannot be on g6 or h6, and he
Oof.
knows. Yeah, so he figured it out that he could take.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
right,
So
but he
he
doesn't know
should.
that
He
c.
should take. He
Mhm.
should take on.
You
Yeah.
take, yeah. Okay, he
Oh.
push.
Yeah. G4.
King e4. Okay, the square just lit up, right? So he knows that the king is there. So he moves the bishop. Now black is gonna have to push something. Okay, g5. All right, you take that and you push.
Is he going to flow Bishop G7 in?
I think he's gonna go g6, and I think
Oh.
okay, but king
Oh no,
c2.
King
Okay,
C2.
oh, okay, this should be an easy win now. Just move the bishop, or even
Yeah.
okay. Is black gonna go okay g7? I would have moved that bishop to f6 to keep a clear side of the board, and then go g6. Sorry, go g7, g8.
Yeah. Agreed.
Here's the thing. I think he's tricking him, not playing g7 yet, waiting for d4, and then take. You
Precisely.
see?
Just minimize.
And now he takes. Okay,
And now
and
it's safe.
how easy is this to convert?
Pretty
What
easy.
it,
Just don't move your
oh,
king. A queen
black
will
just hangs
appear.
his king. Oh yeah,
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 yeah.
yeah.
A queen will appear, and then you'll just take it if you are able to. Which
Right.
is what we
Yeah, you
saw.
don't have to checkmate black. You just at some point win the king because he cannot
Yeah.
know where the queen is. Yeah, yeah. All right. Okay. Nice win there by Dragon to come back in the match. It's 1-1. By the way, CraftSafe has already won his match in the losers round number one.
I think.
And we see that. Mhm. Oh, sorry. Go
No,
ahead.
I think Defender was taking notes in the beginning when we were talking about going for B3, Bishop B2 to try and catch that Fianchetto out, but it's not working.
Right. Okay. And we see that Mitraba has the lead in the other winner semifinal, and Sar against Sigurd is all tied up 1-1.
Yeah, and again we're seeing the pawns that he knows where they are written down. Min and I vary slightly differently, where I only note down pawns that I know have moved and assume and don't assume anything about the others, as opposed to assuming the others down.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But let's see. Oof,
Okay,
and
so
he's getting
G4.
very
Wow.
aggressive.
Uh-huh. Do you think Ming is gonna take that?
Yeah, you have
He
three
takes it
pieces on it.
once. Is he gonna? I mean, I think you take it again, right? Okay, white does not recapture.
Does this count as a pseudo Benko? I don't think so, does it? Yeah.
Okay, h5. To me, that seems like a risky move, moving a pawn in front of your king.
I would agree.
Um,
I think he's trying to reinforce the pawn, but to be honest, I would have just see. This is one of those things where you move a pawn to guard this pawn. However, in doing so, you give information to your opponent that your king is likely on this side of the board. Whilst if
mhm.
that pawn just captured, they might be thinking, well, why would he just willy-nilly just send this pawn down this diagonal if his king was sitting on g8? And that might put doubt. So it's one of
Mhm.
those kind of situations. But now, with this pawn on h4, knowing there's nothing on h7, I wouldn't be surprised to see a move like queen c2 and bishop g6.
Mhm. Yep. Okay, knight b2. All right, so In normal chess, knight e4 is a nice move here, but he doesn't know if there's a pawn on d3 or not, so he's a little reluctant to do so. We see why. Okay, but yeah, you still don't know, yeah, if there's a pawn on d3.
Yeah, you can't know, but I would really be shocked if we saw.
Oh!
Oh no! Min!
What are the odds of a knight being on d3? That is so random.
Pretty low.
That is what?
Oh, what
Oh,
is that? How do you not
wait,
do?
but now, okay, take the bishop. Just take it. Like,
Yeah, you have
I
to
feel
take the
like
bishop.
Ming just has to go for it. Just do
You
it.
you have to
If
risk it.
he
You're down
takes that bishop,
material.
it's game on. Oh,
Oh, and he just doesn't want to risk it.
but
Mm,
here's the thing again, Jay. He is already down a queen for a piece. He kind of has to risk it, right? Otherwise, now the position is just lost.
okay, you got to move your bishop. There we go.
Okay, rook takes f2. I feel like Ming is not taking enough risk.
Yeah, he's not. Okay, there's rook.
Okay, there he goes.
I think you take the rook and then you take the knight.
Uh-huh. Right.
Because it's very unlikely that that knight is defended by another piece than the rook, knowing the material.
Ooh, knight b4. Knight b4. Is he gonna do it? He sees that pawn on a2. So he might realize that he can jump in with okay, he goes knight e6. But he should know that knight b4
Okay.
is definitely a move, right? Because
Yeah,
he
he
sees the
should.
pawn on a2. He knows that the c pawn is gone, so he knows that that should be a safe square. And you see Ming has drawn out the pawn structure. He knows that b4 is probably available. Knight b4 has to be played. If knight b4, by the way, is played, it's a game. It's wait, does black have the advantage actually? I think he does.
Well, I mean, it's
It,
white. It's white. Oh, there we go.
no, but why not knight b4?
No, I think knight b4 makes a lot of sense.
Now he gets the pawn there, but a rook on the second rank would have. Yeah, but now like, now there's nothing.
Agreed.
Okay, white hangs the bishop, but does he realize that?
He can't know that. Like, this is one where I would never take that bishop. But now,
Now
the
you
queen could
probably
be on
do, right? Because you don't
c2,
want to
right?
trade.
Yeah.
But white might have moved the queen back to c2.
Yeah,
So
precisely. And having a knight on
maybe
b4 would be very good at telling you whether or not that was the case. He
right.
takes the risk. I think
Okay,
rook
what do you
a6,
do now?
very savvy move.
Or rook f6. And for white, it's risky to take that pawn on h5, knowing that there's still two knights on the board. Okay, white is getting the information right now. I guess you go rook
I'm,
e6.
I'm surprised. I think he needs to. I think white should be fine if they just go king b2, king a3, as long as they maintain vision of the
Okay,
diagonal.
a3. Ming does not know, by the way, that that pawn is there. He still has the b3 and a2 pawns marked.
Yeah.
All right. Knight e4, by the way, would be a nice move, getting more information and putting your knight on a fantastic turn. There we
Okay.
have it.
Okay, he knows the knight's move there. That's good. And this is just knights are so tricky. I think a4, king a3 is kind of what you have to go for here, just to secure your king.
But then Ming knows that the pawn is on a4, and he might send the knight back to b4.
True, but if the knight gets to b4, at least your king. I would say your king's
Hmm.
still fairly safe, and knowing that the knight is on b4 is good because you know where the knight is. I don't like b4.
Ooh.
Opening your
The
king up like
trade
this
and knight
is bad.
d6 to c4 is looking nice.
Yeah,
Just send the knight in.
yeah, that's
Knight.
exactly what he's gonna do.
Yep. Nice move there. Knight's headed to c4. Or is he going to take that? Okay, he takes the pawn. He's giving white the information that there's a knight on b5 now. And now white even sees it. King h7. I like black's chances here, by the way. I like black's chances a lot. With the two knights jumping
Yeah,
around, it's going to
and
be
this is
tricky
why I
for
said
white.
earlier that like knights are worth a lot, and you're kind of seeing it here. I do think that I would. I think I'd rather play black than white here.
Yep. All right, so, okay, goes 98. That seems a bit passive. I think maybe he's trying to go like, oh,
Wow, he
gonna go
risked
knight
it. Fair
f6.
enough.
Is he gonna go knight f6? Goes 96. White does not see that the queen is under
No, but
attack.
white sees the knight on e4 moved. So
Oh, right.
oh,
And
we
rook
made a
takes
very
d6.
good conclusion that if it moved to d6. Very nice.
Okay, again, still extremely tricky.
So
Does
tricky.
white trust that the knight on d6 is hanging?
No, he can't possibly think that.
No. All right.
I
Rook
really like
g5.
this move. He's going to play rook takes d5.
Yeah. Oh, and that's going to give him a ton of information. And does black know, by the way, that the rook just moved to g5, or does he not know?
He knows something moved there. Oh, very nice.
You can go rook b7, but white will see the rook and will just move the king. It goes rook a7 instead. Okay.
Yeah, he should know
Oh,
that.
and white just takes it. Oh,
Oh! If there's a knight. If there's a knight, there's a dream. Rook takes
yeah, but
e4.
you just
Take a
take the
simple.
knight. Just take the
Rook
knight.
takes
I would
e4.
take the knight in a second. Yeah.
Yeah,
And now
and rest.
nothing. All right.
Wow, 2-1.
Yeah, wow. I really like Ming's chances there, but in the end, defender was able to do it, and he takes a 2-1 lead. But in the meantime, we see Mitraba having a 2-1 lead as well, and we see that Sar and Sigurd are all tied up, and they're now going to overtime.
Yeah. And yeah, so this time we saw him in open c4 with. I'm surprised he hasn't been doing this earlier. Just playing the much more standard approach. I mean, he should just trust in being the more experienced and better player, and I think he should just be playing the sort of stronger openings that are known.
Yep.
So maybe that's what he's doing now. He's saying, I'm not going to go for these things. I'm just going to go very solid, take as much space in the middle as I
Mhm.
can.
Mhm. Yep. And we see here once again Ming taking the center with c4, d4, and e4, and he goes g3 and h4. What do you make of those moves? And now bishop f4.
Yeah, I don't like this when your bishop has already moved, but oh, I mean, okay. So Min seems to think that a pawn has appeared there. Fortunately, the queen's going to back it up.
Mhm. All right.
Uh,
So
that could be
okay, so it
that
goes
could be
bishop
a problem.
e3. For black, it looks too risky to take on c4, and therefore, oh, knight e5. Black probably thinks that there's a bishop on g2, since there's a pawn on g3. So he's
Yes.
probably not going to go knight f3, even if he gets the opportunity, which he does now.
Oh, now I don't know about knight f3, but I think knight c4 is very likely to be played.
Yeah,
Well,
but there,
okay.
there could just be a pawn on b3.
There very well could be, but it'd be very. I think it'd be weird to have such a structure with a2 b3
It,
c4 and
it,
f2.
it, it's really interesting that Ming goes f4. He knows knight f3 would just end the game on the spot, but he knows that black is never going to do that because there could just be a piece that's covering that square.
Yeah, especially if you've castled knight f3 suicide.
Right. Okay, so let's see. And he still refuses to go b2, b3, or same thing there. I guess black cannot know that pawn on c4 is unprotected.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Also, I think maybe he wants to be able to reroute his bishop, but I'm really liking Min's attacking chances in this game.
Yep,
I
pushing
think we're
everything
going to see
forward.
f5 come soon, and
Hmm.
oh, okay. So black is trying to break open in the center themselves in this sort of. She's almost turned. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's some sort of Benoni type position.
Right. Okay, I think it's too risky to take on d6 now, and therefore he doesn't do it. He goes knight g1, knight d4. That's bad luck for Ming. That knight had just moved. Otherwise, he probably would have taken on d4. And now, by the way, black can see that there's no pawn on b3, but still it feels risky to take the pawn on c4, right?
Yeah, especially since there's a good chance that unless you've seen it, there's a pawn on a4.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And there could also easily be like a bishop on d3 or something. But okay, now 95, and there he goes. Although he's allowing. Oh. But does black realize that knight g4 could be a really nice move? I guess not, right? Because the king could also easily be on h1. The queen could be on d1. So I
It's true, but
guess.
if the king was on h1, what are the odds of him actually taking the knight on g4 with the king?
Okay, takes the pawn on c4. He knew that that was
Finally.
unprotected. Yeah, again, I'm a bit surprised that Ming never played b3. I mean, just defended at some point.
Yeah,
Okay,
no,
now
it
we're
makes
gonna go
a
knight.
whole bunch of sense, and now he's definitely regretting it.
Yep. Okay, f6, by the way, f6. I think you play that, right? Just go f6. Like the possibility, I mean, you know almost that there's a bishop on g7.
Oh, that's
Uh,
yeah. I think we're gonna get at. Oh, I mean, this is disaster, right?
this is looking tough as he's facing a fork here. Guess queen. Okay, goes queen b3. Okay, take. White has to get that move. Oh, still tricky with the two knights.
I like b5. He's not going to take
No,
it.
no.
And defend the nose.
Right. Yeah, just go queen d1. Queen d1. Drop the queen back. Goes queen b3. All right. a4, queen f3. Just send everything over to the king side and attack.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yep. All right. f6. Come on. You gotta go for this. f6.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. You definitely have to just little clamp down on that position. I think f6. I mean, you have always ideas of 97. I don't. I think he's being very slow.
f6. Gotta go for this. But he doesn't do it. Why not? Okay, I
I don't
guess.
know. It makes a lot of sense though.
But why rook b1? I mean, you're down material. You have to attack, right?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think we're gonna. I don't know
Take.
where knight to f4 is going. Yeah, you have to
He's
take.
gonna take that with the rook, right? I mean, you don't
Yeah.
take with the pawn and allow a2. Take with the queen
Oh,
and the okay.
now he
Now
plays
he.
f6.
Why f6 now with the rook on? Like I don't get it.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess knight takes. Yeah, now you like with the rook and f1. Like, okay, is black gonna take? Big question. I think black is not gonna dare, and there we see it. Okay, knight d5 back, perhaps. This is so risky for black because, like, okay, yeah. Okay, now knight e5. The queen should move. Queen e5, fantastic move, blocking the diagonal.
It's crazy how much this position has changed.
Oh, f5, nice move. Bring
Rook
in the rook.
takes, and I expect rook c8 to be played, but I could be wrong.
Oh, and that's gonna be so annoying for black. He could, by the way, also go rook c7. And then black goes king. Oh!
Oh! Looks like we're
Dude,
going to sudden death.
I wanted to ask you, after rook e5, oh, you don't have to take. Okay, but now he trades off the rook for the queen, and this is gonna be an easy win for white. You just take that, push the a-pawn home, and
Yeah, you
it's
just
gonna
take
be it.
everything. Rook b5.
Yeah,
And
just give
oh
a few
no.
checks. The king is not gonna, or rook b5 now. Yep. Okay,
Oh,
and
it's
Ming ties it up.
okay. So how? I guess I mean, what's the update on the other games before we head into the sudden death?
Right, so Ming against Calaberta is going to sudden death. Mitrava and Rabino are playing a sudden death. See Good won after sudden death, and Kraftsiv won 3-1 in the losers bracket.
Yeah, okay. I mean, that one was not an unexpected result because Mascarenas was definitely a huge underdog going in. However, I guess we now just have to wait for the Sunday. I'm surprised actually to see Saar out so early. Oh yeah, we're waiting for the game. It's good till I hit tapped
Mhm.
out. um,
Right.
but yes,
And yeah, I believe the sudden death time control is also 3+2, and it's just whoever wins first.
okay.
Okay, we're
And
waiting
I
for the
mean,
games to
so far
begin.
Black has won every game, no?
Well, Dragon just won this
No,
game
just
with
well,
White
White. What am I
pieces.
talking about? My
Oh yeah,
brain
with
is
White. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, like you have variants where White has a huge advantage, and then it's really hard to overcome that advantage
oh,
with Black, right? And
it's
you see like White winning. Oh, but we're off to the next game. We see Dragon. Oh, it's better. So
it's
is it
1-2,
1+1
1+2,
or 1+2?
and we're straight on in. And I mean, Dragon has definitely been moving slower of the two. So I'm curious to see. And again, you notice that Dragon has gone for this reverse stonewall structure again.
Mm-hmm. All right. Okay.
Ooh,
Ooh, Bishop f4 hanging. I know he traded on c6.
yeah, took on c6, so you can't take on f4. Uh,
Okay,
I think this is a favorable track. I mean, you can play knight e5 and f4 and create an outpost. Oh,
yeah, 95, nice move. Black, of course, sees that knight. Okay, guess White's gonna go kingside castle as well. But this looks really pleasant for defend. Just castle, bring a rook to e1, and
no,
g3.
not sure.
Odd
Yeah,
move.
he just didn't want to play. F4
I,
straight
I
away.
don't like f4 because now black can plan a knight on the e4 square as well.
This is this is not looking good. This long castle is here.
Right, you think that is too risky for fog of war. H3 g4. I love that plan though.
Yeah.
Trying to blast open the king side. G6. Rook dg1. Yep, there he goes. This looks great for defend. Oh, he's sending it.
Bishop takes.
Take.
Bishop takes f5. You know there's
Yeah,
no
but
bishop on d7, and you know there's no bishop on e6.
right, but does he trust that the king is on g8? Okay, king b1 maybe? Go king b1. Oh, he just goes for it.
Fair enough.
Maybe black just goes b4. Okay, he goes rook g6, g7, sorry. Rook h6 maybe? Yeah, rook h6, rook h1. This looks crushing.
Ooh.
Queen h2, by the way.
No, you don't want to start the battery with your queen.
Ah, right. Okay, queen g2. c4, what? No, but. Okay,
As long as this
bc.
is followed up by bishop f5.
Right. But what if black has the queen on the 7 rank? He doesn't know, of course.
Yeah,
I think
no
with
idea.
black, you have to take that pawn, right? You have to open up lines. If white goes c5, the king is going to be super safe on c1. So you have to take.
Yeah, bishop. I guess DC, bishop c4, knight c4, queen. Yeah, rook c4, knight
Yeah,
c4.
take and take on f4.
Oh,
no, but just
again, yeah, I
e5.
think too cautious. C5 is going to get played here. Yeah.
Yep, c5, and now white's super safe. Also sees that the queen is there. Okay. Rook h6 looks. I would not have done that. That gives black easy counterplay. Just don't touch the pawns.
Yeah, just wait for them to push, and then you just push the corresponding pawn back to close it.
Yep. Okay, bishop c2, nice move, aiming to recapture the bishop. King f8, okay. I guess still rook h6 is what I would do. H2, a little cautious. Rook h1.
Oh, don't do it. Okay, he's not going to play rook h7. I think that'd be suicide.
Right, but is he going to go rook h6?
Oh,
no! That is so unfortunate. Okay, still not over, but that's a full rook.
It takes an a4. It's a full rook, but that rook on g8 right now is kind of in no man's land. And maybe c6. Yeah, I like king b2.
Okay, is black gonna take on a4? Oh, he does it. Okay, dragon up a full rook. If he wins this game, no, that's it.
That's it. That's the game.
Yeah, and he even knows where the knight is, so he knows queen a3 is a safe move. Knight g4, very clever. Trading of the. Oh, he's gonna take that. Yep, that's gonna be it.
Still playing.
Dragon is gonna advance.
The favorite does advance, but it was shaky. I mean, this is this is at least brings some excitement. There's no guarantee here that that dragon is going to be the one to go the whole way.
Yep. But in the end, he does get it done and moves on to the winner's final, where he will be facing off against Clement. But what a match that was.
Yeah, really quite something.
Yep. Wow. All right. Fortunately for Calaberta, that is not the end of the tournament. He will be playing, I believe, against Crazyhouse, so he still has a chance to come back.
Yes, and I think if he can show the same level again, he's just gonna I think he'll make a return to fight for the title once again.
Absolutely, yeah, that match easily could have gone either way, but in the end it went Dragon's way. So yeah, we have a lot of exciting matches ahead of us. Don't go anywhere, you guys, as we will be right back after this break. And welcome back, everyone, to the Chess.com Fog of War Championship Day. Unfortunately, 2 players have already left the tournament, but still 6 amazing Fog of Warriors are still with us. Who do you think is going to win the winners final?
Oof. Nice little pun there, Benjamin. I think I'm really leaning hard towards Min, but as I expected, the sort of finals, the winners finals is Nelwyn versus Min, the two favorites going into this. And the dearly departed we've had so far. A surprise, I would say, was Patrick Sarr. I was not expecting him to go out twice, but in all fairness, he had a tough first round against Min, and the second one was close, but he just couldn't clinch it in the sudden death. And of course, our other opponent we've lost is Chris, who put a valiant effort into qualifying, but was always, unfortunately, one of the underdogs going in. So it's not a surprise to see this current result.
Yep. As we see probably the pre-tournament favorite Na Mingtou in the winners final against Rabino, and then in the losers bracket we have Mitraba against Sigurd. We have Calaberta against Kratsiv. Those are going to be some interesting matches, but given the fact that Calaberta gave Mingtou such a tough match, I gotta give him the edge there.
I couldn't agree more. I think that was the most I've seen Min sweat in a long time, and there was not much in it for it to go quite wrong. I think Calaberta's very aggressive style is maybe quite challenging for Min. I think Min is probably not used to, such ferocity. Hopefully he's learnt from the games he just played and is going to adapt accordingly if he has to rematch him. But the question is, does that style suit well against a player like Martin or not?
Yeah, and I was just wondering, like we were talking about favorites and whatnot, would you say that Fog of War is such an unpredictable variant that really anything can happen and it really is just the luck of the day?
Yeah, I think it's very much a sort of halfway house between poker and chess. In poker you could do everything right and lose every time, right? In chess, if you do everything right all the time, you should never lose. And this is somewhere sort of sort of balancing between the two. I think the better player should generally prevail, but whenever you play Fog of War, you will get to situations where you have to take risks and you have to go for things that have the highest expected value, but the expected value isn't necessarily the result you'll get. So I think there's a big luck factor. The amount that assigns to, you could say, was anywhere, I can't give a number, but maybe it's anywhere between 30 to 50% in a given match. If these guys were to play 1,000 games against each other, I think Min would come out on top pretty strongly, but in a given 4-game sequence, you have no idea. With that in mind, we already have one game starting up between Mitch and Baha. We haven't covered that GM yet in the losers bracket against Sigon, so we could go there, or we could have a peek at the winners final bracket.
Yep. No, perhaps we can have a look real quick how Mitraba is doing. Yeah, we haven't seen him yet, so it would be interesting to see how he's doing in this format. He plays a lot of these variants. He definitely can hold his own, and we see he's built up. White has built up. Oh, sorry, Mitraba has built up a big center here with White. What do you make of Sigon's setup? It looks a bit odd to me, honestly.
Agreed. I not claiming any space in the center early on without a solid reason can be quite problematic. And as we can already see, the pieces seem a bit misplaced. White has a huge space advantage. It's going to be hard to play on here.
C4 traps the knight, and he goes for it. Yeah, then knight cannot go anywhere. Is Black gonna go knight takes c4? Is he gonna move the knight, or is he just gonna leave it hanging?
Oof.
Oh, that is rough. A full piece, and now White's getting the open a file. But actually, let's go to Dragon. He is playing in the winners final, so it's gonna be interesting to see how he's doing.
Let's hop on over. Mitroba looking to be closing that one out, likely.
Yep.
Popping straight on over to Nelwyn versus Dragon. And Dragon is going for a slightly different set up this game, he's not going for this reverse stonewall. Instead, he has played the move e6 instead. What do we make of that? That's a slight deviation.
I'm surprised he did not take on d4. You would think if you played a Sicilian, he is going to take that pawn, but he decided not to. And White, on the other hand, decided not to play d5 or take on c5. Wait, is this standard, Jay, to go like e6 and bishop e7 and just not trade?
The Yeah, I mean the e6 bishop d7. In terms of not trading when the c and d pawns to each other, generally speaking, that's a bit unusual. But with respect to sitting the bishop on d7 and keeping some tension, that's not a surprise. But yeah, I mean, I'm surprised CD hasn't been alleviated in some sense of the word, or if it's not, the fact that b6 hasn't been played uh, to reinforce it. But again, I already like to draw attention to what is quite well known now is Nelwyn is once again burned almost half of his time in the first 5 moves.
Uh-huh. Yep. Dragon having a big time advantage. I guess White isn't quite sure what to do against this setup. Okay, he takes on c5. Ming instantly recaptures. Do you think he pre-moved that? Because like if White goes d takes c5, White's getting information for like a quick second. But by doing the quick pre-move, he's making sure he doesn't get that information too long. Is that a factor?
No, because you can always tabulate back in the moves to see what information he missed.
Oh, okay, right. Okay. He
Um,
just had a
he-
pre-move because it was the best move.
yeah, he would have pretty much it because like if that happens, I'm doing it.
Yep. Okay, he's hanging c5, but I guess he knows that it's unlikely that first of all, White has a bishop on e3, and it's unlikely that White will take it because the probability of that pawn being defended is so high.
Yeah, I mean the odds of the bishop having remaneuvered to f6 are very low.
Yep. Okay, queen e7, odd move. What do you make of this one? Is he aiming for queenside castles? He goes rook d8 instead. I guess probably wants to move the bishop afterwards to just get a lot of information by the white position.
Yeah, I'm not sure the whole idea behind that. I much prefer Nelwyn's piece construction.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Yep.
the bishops are well placed. I think the knights have got good squares to move to. We know we can go to c4 at will. Um, so that queen on e7, I don't know if it belongs there, but yeah.
Okay, so knight c4, tricky move. He knows there's no pawn on c5, but still,
Mm,
does he dare to take? It looks risky to take on
okay.
c5.
I'm not a fan generally of playing rook d1 when you're giving away so much information about your position.
Hmm. Right. Rook d8 instantly by dragon.
Yeah, and this I don't like capturing back with the knight because if you're going to give away this position, at least when you capture the rook, if they then challenge the file, you can take
Oh,
back
yeah.
and get your own lot of information. So I would say that this is probably they're not major mistakes, but these are definitely inaccuracies by Nowen.
Yeah, and absolutely. Like you said, he could have gained a ton of information. Still, we see here White is not taking on c5. It just looks too risky, even though he knows that there's no pawn on b6. But that pawn could just be defended by two pieces. At the moment, it's just defended by one. Knight b8. What is that move about? Where do you think the knight's headed? To like a6 and b4, perhaps?
No, I think he just wanted to
Ah,
put the bishop on there to gain vision of some different squares.
right.
Uh, and now I think the knight's going to come to d7, if I had to guess,
Mm-hmm.
and either go via f8 or just simply sit there and prepare to keep an eye on e5 or put it on e5. Otherwise, the
Yep.
knight doesn't make much sense being on b8. Like he's not. I don't think he's doing that to go a6. Right?
King f8. What do you make of that move?
I think that's a insane move because you're walking into pin potentially if bishop takes c5 is played.
Oh,
Uh,
yeah. If White had the king, queen on f2, bishop takes c5, had he played, it would have won the game. But, of course, hard to go for it.
yeah.
Okay, so now we see the trade of queens. Knight a. Oh no, wait, sorry. Knight a5 hangs the knight. Maybe just knight d3. Now, is he gonna play b6 finally?
I mean, you'd expect so at some point.
No, he goes bishop b7.
I wouldn't be shocked to see e5. Yeah. Instead, this knight is being room maneuvered,
Uh-huh.
but I'm not sure
Knight
where.
in normal chess, by the way, knight a5 would have been a good move, but hard to go for that. I mean, that bishop could also be on d8, let's say. You don't want to. It's always scary to move on the other half of the field.
Yeah, of course. But I do like, getting our king safe, as long as we don't have any ideas of playing f4 anytime soon, because it's very likely the bishop is staring down at diagonal.
Yeah. Okay, goes knight h3, black on king g8, knight f4. Okay, wait,
Uh,
does he? Hmm.
I think it's logical. Okay, finally plays b6. I think it's a logical capture because there's a good chance you're ruining the pawn structure of your opponent.
Right.
Uh, I would expect. Oof, I am expecting f4 e5 if you're going to do this, but I mean f4 e5 would actually just no longer, but it would have trapped a bishop.
Yeah. Okay, so g5 played, knight d2. Wait. e5 would have trapped the bishop, right? I think then I was on c4.
Yeah,
Um,
it would have trapped it.
Instead, we see some maneuvering. All right. Okay, knight e5,
Okay.
f4, followed by e5 still traps the bishop, but he doesn't go for it. Okay. Knight f7. Dragon having a massive advantage on the clock, but not easy to do anything with it.
No, it's quite difficult. I think no one is trying to make a few quick moves. I don't think Dragon's going to try and make progress in this position because when your structure is so much worse. If your opponent isn't pushing, I wouldn't be surprised if Dragon's just happy with the draw here.
Right. Dragon could, I mean, in some positions, g4 could have been a good move, but risky to go for it. You know that could just hang a pawn.
Exactly.
Both players just have such little information about their opponent's position, so it's really hard to go for anything.
Yeah, I mean, you can't blame him.
Yeah, they're just
Oh,
shuffling back and
I would
forth.
not take that if I was black.
Wait, but what about g4 here? What about g4?
Ooh, yeah, G4 is a nice
But
idea.
you don't know. Like, okay, still magic, very long time. He goes bishop e7. Oh, sorry, I wanted to ask you: is the threefold repetition or the 50 move rule, is that a thing in Fog of War or not?
I believe so. I believe they are both ways of drawing the game.
Mm-hmm. Okay, knight d4. Dragon had figured out that that knight could move there. Okay, let's see. I guess White's maybe going to go bishop d1, protect everything, and that's what he does. And I think for Dragon, it's too risky to take anything. Yeah, he just moves the knight back.
This is just a hard position to navigate. I'm surprised that we haven't seen
Yeah.
any attempt to go forward with a move like f4 or setting up to make progress.
I don't like that move a5. Knight pawn on b6 is always weak, but even if White goes knight c4, it's difficult to actually take that pawn. Okay, now, by the way, Magic giving a clear indication that he's fine with a draw. Let's see if Dragon is also just going to repeat.
Maybe he was just gaining time because now he's spending a bit of time.
Oh, yeah.
Oh
Also
yeah, he's just
possible.
okay, deciding whether it's worth the risk.
Okay. I think. Oh, wait. White sees the pawns on c5. Like, White knows those are fixed.
Yeah,
But,
okay. I think he has information to try and he needs to suss out where that bishop is.
right. But to me, it seemed like a huge positional risk to put that pawn on a5.
No,
b6
I
is just
agree.
permanent
A-
weakness.
A5 is not. I don't think it's a desirable move.
No. Okay, we're getting somebody saying in the chat there is threefold and 50 move rule. Wait, do you think Dragon played a5 for that reason, to reset the 50 move rule, and he wants to try to win this one?
It's possible. I mean, this king is yeah. Look, I mean, he's just remaneuvering all his pieces. I'm still surprised. I still don't get why we're not trying to play f4 in any of these positions.
I mean, it could hang the e4 pawn. It feels a bit risky.
Ooh,
So I get that he's not doing it. But Yeah, I just have no idea what the plan should be here. It's just okay. Now we see trade of bishops. Again, for black, it's too risky to take anything.
Yeah, I would agree. But now this a5 move, I think, is beginning to be something they're going to regret. Oh yeah,
Oh,
you can't allow the trade of the knight for the bishop.
okay. Is he gonna trade here with black? What do you think? He's gonna trade or no?
I guess he does. I expect I expect 95 from Dragon.
Yep. 95 makes a lot of sense. Yeah, and there he goes. So he's eyeing f3. Okay. Okay. I feel like Magic again, just moving back and forth. He probably doesn't mind the draw. And now
Yeah,
Dragon
no.
moving back and forth as well.
Okay, so the knight's rerouting to e3.
F4 maybe? But it's just, I mean, that knight could also be on g6. Like, you don't know. So you don't really want to go f4, I think, right?
Yeah, well, the thing is, you saw.
Okay, maybe now he's going f4. Now he can go f4. It's pretty safe. Although take, I mean, black could go knight g4, which is annoying.
Knight g4 is the kind of you would this move you'd expect to see. I think you have to. Yeah, I like this. I think you have to play. And here we go. So he's playing exactly into that.
Okay, yeah. So he doesn't want to allow knight g4. All right, so let's see. I guess knight g6 maybe is going to be played. But I like this maneuvering by Magic.
Yes, there's knight f2 just to allow that, and Min does not take the bait and go for the cheeky knight g4.
Okay, now I like, let's say, knight d3 to b2 to c4. That looks like an excellent maneuver.
Yes,
And there he goes.
It's like that. I expect. I expect we get.
That just hangs a pawn. Wait. And black can take it.
He
Is he
doesn't know
going to
there's a
take it
knight on.
again, though?
He's going to
Right.
defend it first.
Oh,
Which
knight
is
e6, very nice move. As now he should know that he can take it. And there he goes. Yep. Okay. I guess maybe knight back or knight there.
okay. So now okay. Let's bring his knight c8.
95. 95
Oh,
is
that was
safe.
95.
And he's getting a lot of vision now. He knows, but does he know that that knight is on c4?
Ooh.
Yeah. Okay, this should be a pretty relatively easy win now, I think, for Dragon. Although, still technique is required.
Yeah, you
And
just sat right
now
because
he knows he can push the pawn because that king is outside of the square. Yeah, okay, and this is GG. You just, yeah.
Oof.
All right. Nice win by Dragon. Wow, what a game. How many moves was that?
120.
That was incredible. Wow.
Yeah. And Dragon showing maximum respect with one c4.
Yep. Calaberta, by the way, has already won his match in the losers' quarters, winning 3-0 against Kravtsev.
Wow.
And Mitraba and Sigurd are all tied up. So we say goodbye to Kravtsev as well. He gave it a good try, but Calaberta just a little bit too strong in this format.
For sure. I guess we're getting the c4, knight c3. Are we going to get e4 here? I'm curious. There we did. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I expect this to be followed up with d3. And then I guess. Queen f3. Fine.
Right, so Queen f3 is a typical move, I guess, just to get some more information. Is that the point?
Yeah, exactly. That's all I do. Just put a bit more scope. It's also quite hard to hit the queen on f3 as well.
Mm-hmm.
So.
All right.
Okay, so we get some inverted move order.
Right, so knight e2, logical move, making sure that if a knight ever lands on d4, he sees it. Goes bishop e3. All right.
Exactly. And once again, we have our sort of very common reverse Stonewall appearing once again. Knight a6. I maybe are we going to say bishop a7, or are we going to say captures knight c5 or something?
Right, he goes a3, makes a lot of sense, grabbing some space. Black goes a4, but too risky to take that. I mean, it could
Yeah,
easily be defended.
bishop on d7, queen on d1. Like, yeah,
Hmm.
there's too many. There's too many defenders as expected. The thing is, I guess for Dragon is how do we develop our light squared bishop? It's the last piece to sort of get into the game. Are we going to play g3? Okay, we're just
He
king
goes
h5.
h4. Wow, I did not expect that move. I guess he's going to go g3. But then where do you go with the bishop? If you go bishop h3, that is risky. If you go bishop g4, by the way, traps the white queen.
Yeah,
Okay,
it still traps the white queen if he doesn't take back with the queen. Okay, good.
all right, knight c5. I guess bishop
The
b2 now.
danger here, though, is about to say
Hmm. Oh, knight
if
b3, you would see that because the b3 square becomes dark.
yeah, knight b3 you'd see, but you wouldn't have seen knight g4 because there's a knight on g3.
Hmm. Right. Okay, so now what is Dragon gonna do? Is he gonna keep the king in? Okay, he goes queenside castles. White goes knight e7.
Makes a lot of sense. I think he's gonna play this. He's probably gonna play king a2, or is he just gonna sit on b1? I'm not sure. Okay.
F6, okay. All right.
That's very logical. Just
All right,
regrouping his
both
pieces.
both players, by the way, having very little information here. We see that, Black only sees the pawns on e4 and d3. Of course, he knows that there's a pawn on c4, a pawn on a3, and a pawn on b2. But like I said, both players are very much in the dark here.
And I like this by Nelwyn. He's just started running his king to the other side of the board. This is quite common when a lot of stuff doesn't happen in the opening, and people have kind of figured out where your king likely is. It's often a
Hmm.
good idea to just send it over to the other side. Uh,
Right, and that's what he's doing. So I guess he's gonna follow with b6 and king b7. Or not.
just king b8. Maybe he's just going to go rook a6 or something. Rook b6 and oh no, here's your b6.
Right. Really difficult to come up with a plan in this position, but we saw in the or is Dragon, I think he should know that d4 is safe, right? And there he goes.
Yeah.
Like e4 is so well protected, is it so well prepared that he just goes for it.
Okay. I mean, yeah, that's bishop b7. I mean, you're gonna have to play rook a. You have to play king a7 at some point because you need that rook into the game.
Mm-hmm.
Especially
Right.
since there's nothing on b5, like you have to take this opportunity now because if something appears on b5, it just could be a knight, and then your rook is just trapped there for the rest of the game.
Right. Yeah, now Black, it's looking a little awkward for Black. And like, how do you continue here? Maybe like rook a5. Okay, he goes rook e8, makes sense, putting the rook on a better square.
But now we see the problem we had before, which was I like this plan, but I think you need to bring the other rook over to it because now how do we get this rook into the game?
Right. The nice thing is for Dragon, now that he put the knight on b5, he's getting quite a bit of information. Of course, he's still in the dark as to where the other black pieces are. 95. Yeah, he goes rookie there. Now 95 would have been is actually a very nice move. Like goes dab.
Okay,
That alleviates a lot of the pressure for black.
that's good. Yeah, you're completely right. He can't possibly. I mean, he must know you've always so well defended that he's never going to go after that pawn. Um, but yeah, the question is, we just yeah, and here we go. This maneuver of king a7. I wouldn't be surprised to see knight b5 once again.
But but isn't king a7 a very risky move if white would have put a knight? Oh no, wait, you see a knight on b5, of course, right?
Exactly.
But the
Yeah,
square goes dark.
that's why I was surprised that we didn't see knight b5. The knight, another knight, hopping straight back onto b5 to keep that nagging pressure.
Right. Okay, so let's say g5. Nice move by Dragon, opening up the king side. Let's see how black is gonna deal with that one.
I mean, I guess I thought maybe you That's okay. Well, okay, F5. I wonder if it would have been worth it because playing GF and Rook G8, is that ever correct to trade your queen for two rooks and then to pick up the pawn on F6?
Right. But of course he doesn't know where the black pieces are, right? If the queen is on D8, it just hangs a rook.
Precisely, yeah.
Same with, all right, so goes H5. Black can take on E4, but very hard to go for it. I mean, white could easily have a rook on E2, so that would just hang a piece. So I don't think he's going to do it.
No, but I think this is one of these positions where no one probably has to be thinking, okay, now there's an open file. I think my opponent is probably putting their pieces on it. If that's the case, they can really begin to reconsider capturing on E4. Okay.
Rook G7. Nice move there by Dragon. He now is getting an idea of where the black pieces are. Rook D7 played.
I like Rook
Great.
G7 because then that knight's gonna remaneuver itself over to E5.
Goes Rook G4. Right, but he could have taken and then taken A4. And I think if the knight moves from C5, you probably have enough information to take that pawn.
Yes.
Rook E7, both players getting low on time. Another long maneuvering game by Dragon.
I mean, he's already shown to be doing quite well in this, and just slowly out positioning his opponent.
Mm-hmm.
I guess they're both
See
trying
both
to get
players
time.
shuffling back and forth with the kings.
Well, they're both quite low on time, so I guess it makes sense to add a bit. Doesn't fundamentally change the nature of the position for either player.
Okay, and
the triple stack.
Yep. All right, let's see what he's gonna do. Like just
It's
shuffling back and forth.
I mean, Queen
Okay, I
F7.
think you go Queen F7, yeah. And then, okay, takes on G8. Nice move, banking on the fact that there's a queen on the G file. I think he's not going to take that rook, and he's also not going to take on C4. I don't think, or
I think
maybe.
C4 could be a. Oh, I mean, yeah, this is just nice move.
He takes on F6. Yeah, this should be a win for Dragon. You just move the queen back to G7 and start pushing the F pawn. Bishop takes A4. Is he going to do it? I think. I mean, there could be a bishop on C6. Queen G1 back looks very passive. Very
I'm
surprised.
surprised we didn't grab the pawn on H7. What was I missing?
Oh yeah. Oh, now he takes just
no.
when he cannot take it. That is such bad luck.
The C4 pawn falls.
Black can take on. Okay, F6.
I don't like.
F6.
I don't like I do not like taking with the knight. I don't understand that at all.
Wait, F7. Wait. He just threw the game. But is Dragon gonna? I think he. Wait, is he gonna promote? G7, very safe move. But Black has a Wait, he had a perpetual, I think.
He can't. I guess it's hard to know. And now he's just gonna hang. Oh, okay.
Queen A8. Although there could be a queen on the A file, so don't think. Okay, that is checkmate. And he takes.
Takes it 2-0. Yeah, I mean this was a major miscalculation. Just to go back here, taking with the knight, I think that was a horrible decision. Taking the queen is the only move.
Right, because he knows that those pawns are on A3 and B2, so it should be a safe capture, right?
Yeah, it was definitely a safe capture. There was nothing guarding it. If it wasn't a safe capture, then he shouldn't take it with the knight anyway.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. All right.
So,
okay, so we see Dragon taking a 2-0 lead. In the meantime, Mitraba and Sigurd are going to overtime.
Interesting. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, this is all to play for now. No one needs to figure something out. This sort of early D5. Okay. Fine. F3, E4.
Bishop d2, tricky move by Magic, anticipating queen a5, but of course that was not played by the dragon. e4, now white building a big center, while black is advancing pawns on the queen side. What do you make of black's playing this game?
Well, this looks a lot like again. I could be wrong. It's already turning into some sort of like F3 Benko declined. Uh,
Mhm.
and if Dragon recognizes that, I wonder if he's going to go for some usual plans and you know play G6, Bishop G7 castles and try and break the center open with E6.
Mhm.
Um, A4, I would expect exactly B4 here, and I wouldn't be
Ooh,
shocked to see Bishop B. Oh, well, no.
bishop a6, nice move. Because okay, knight. I guess knight c4 is going to be played, but dragon will know that that is a knight because the bishop is gone, and the c4 square will go dark.
Precisely. And if it was a pawn that went to C4, he would see that he could go to the C3 square as well. So that is the other
Oh
reason.
yeah, right. So he knows that that is a knight, and of course he moves his queen. All right, h4, aggressive move. Bishop g7 by the dragon. Looks wow, white's really pushing a lot of pawns, eh?
Yeah, I think this. I quite like this. I'm not sure I understand necessarily going rook
Ooh, bishop
C1.
c3, but
Yeah, you can't.
hard
You
to
can't.
go for it.
You can't know that. Like, there's so likely to be a
Yeah,
knight on E2. Um,
right. Oh, but he's allowing it again.
you got to move your
that,
king.
that would be a lucky move for. I mean, you don't want to keep allowing it, right? As
No,
magic, like
no. You can
you know,
allow it
your bishop
once
is
or
a
twice, but yeah.
right. You know, your opponent has a bishop on g7. Very likely, his opponent b4. Okay, he goes queen e2. That makes a lot of sense. Wait, what is knight f1? I don't. Okay, you want to go knight back to c4. Hmm. Okay, but it feels a little slow because now black is breaking in the center with e6. I really liked just going for a kingside attack with h5 a couple moves
Yeah,
ago.
I thought that was a really, really good idea. And he's doing it now, but there's just not as many attackers in the position. I don't think
Yeah.
it quite packs the same punch.
That being said, queen h2 is coming next, followed by h takes g6. This is still scary for black.
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting HG.
Mm-hmm.
Could be wrong. HG, and then yeah, Queen H7. That's not a move you want to see.
Okay, bishop h6. Very dangerous here for dragon. Queen d7, nice defensive move. He's bringing his queen over. The black king is actually pretty safe right now, I'd say.
Yeah, Queen
Just
H6.
take
Very logical.
king g7, by the way. White would
King,
not see
King
where the rook is
G7.
under attack.
You wouldn't, but I think White would just play King E2 anyway.
No, but then king takes h6.
Oh, he doesn't know it's not defended by another rook.
Oh, right.
So I would use this time as white to play king e2. Like I would expect to move like king g7. And yeah, so king f2, that's what we get. Very logical.
Wow. 5D check.
And now king
You
g2
see,
just to
and
create
now he
distance.
sees that
Wow.
there's no rook on the h file, so now he knows, like, oh, I could have taken that rook for free. All right. Okay, so I feel like black is doing fairly well. I would think though, like, what do I do with my knight on c7? Like, I feel like it should go somewhere else.
I mean, it probably want it to. I think you probably want it on d4 maybe, or because that's a should be a safe outpost.
Yeah.
The knight.
All right. See, Trajan being up a minute on the clock, he's beaten Magic in the last two games in these slow, long maneuvering games. Let's see if he can do it again. I mean, Magic has to win this one. With a draw, he's also out.
Yeah, and into the sort of losers bracket.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm glad. Obviously, we're not seeing Dragon play d4. I think that would be a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
F4. I like this. I think he's gonna. I think there's a good chance we see knight f3.
Yep.
Uh, I guess the question is, what do you do here as Dragon? Because it feels like almost it's you just got to kind of wait and see what White decides to do before you come up with any plans of your own.
Hmm. Yeah, four is a nice move by Magic. He's getting the information that there's no pawns on e5 and on g5. He probably knows that black has a pawn on g6, and now he's going knight f3, and he's going either to e5 or to g5. White's
Yeah,
definitely better in this endgame.
I like G5, and now I really like taking on D5.
ed, yeah, I think
Yeah.
so too, as you get quite a bit of information. But then after e takes d5, I think it's too risky to go rook e7, right? Ooh, knight takes e6 wins the game here, but
Oh, 96
oh,
is
and he goes
played!
for it. Wow. Okay, take.
But
Still not over.
knights are tricky. Knights are tricky.
That's for tricky.
Rook
Yep.
e5. He knows there is a knight on d5. Rook e5. He knows there's a king on f8.
Uh-huh.
He has enough information to pick up the pawn on d5. Oof.
Right.
Instead, he goes for, I would say, a more passive approach.
Oh, 94. 94? No. Of course, black doesn't know that the e4 square is available. Can he? Oh, that's
And
GG.
that's the game. I think Draken
All
will
right.
just be fine.
So Magic comes back, wins on demand, but now he needs to win another one on demand. Can he do it with black against the mighty dragon?
And once again, Dragon is taking no risks here. Once again, playing 1c4,
Mm-hmm.
keeping it solid. C4, knight c3, e4, and maybe we're going to see the move order he's been playing with queen f3, knight e2, d3, or he's going to change it up a bit.
All right. So yeah, he's again going for the, I guess the Botvinnik structure with c4, d3, and e4, grabbing a lot of space.
My uneducated brain just sees this as a stone wall.
Right. Yeah, that's also fine. Like a stone, the c4 e4 stone wall. Yep.
Yes, the c4
All
e4
right.
stone wall, exactly.
And Dragon really likes
Not
the
the d5.
queenside castles. What do you make of that one?
I think it makes a lot of sense. I think the general idea is that when you queenside castle, your king has just a little bit more wiggle room. So if an attack gets initiated, he can squeeze out just a little bit more often.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, opening up your queen onto the semi-open file is a bit of a risky, but I guess it's only 13 moves in. He's probably calculated it that there's just not going to be a rook on c8.
Yep. But
Oh,
still,
that is a useful piece of information. Seeing a
oh yeah.
rook on d1,
Mhm.
queen on c2, not bishop on c4. Nelwyn knows exactly where White's pieces are. This
Right.
could be really, really, really important.
Yeah. So is he gonna go bishop g4 or? I think so, right? I mean, he knows pretty much where every single white piece is. He knows that there's no pawn on h3. Like you said, he knows the bishop was on c4, the queen on c2, rook d1. Bishop
Yeah.
g4 here in normal chess would be a fantastic move, and given the fact that he just got all of that information, he should be able to go for it.
Yeah, I think he'll go for it, but I think because there we go. With no knights on the board, I expect Dragon to move his rook.
Rook c8 now. Yeah,
Yeah,
there we have it.
very
Dragon in
solid.
big trouble. In normal chess, this position is just dead loss. But the one thing is,
Oh,
Magic
and
does
here
not know.
you
Oh,
can play bishop d4.
and bishop
Oh, he
b6.
decides to go back.
Okay,
Bishop
b5.
d4. Yeah, bishop d4 and b5 exactly, because
Yeah.
you know where the king is on c1, the queen's on c2. Nothing is defending the bishop on c4.
Wait, but does he know that the king is on c1 or on d1?
He should have had a good idea because when he got the information of where all those other pieces were, the king I didn't think it had enough time to have made a waiting move like it has now.
Uh huh.
But
All right.
now,
So
I mean, he can win on the spot with
b5.
bishop d4. Hard to see though.
Right, or b5 right away, just hitting the bishop, which is pinned.
Yeah, but the knight just takes, right? As long as
Right,
he
but
sees that the
then
bishop,
bishop takes.
but he doesn't know if the rook has moved to d1.
Oh, right, right. Yeah, it could have moved to d2.
Yeah.
So maybe he thinks like bishop takes d4. Oh, okay. I think he should. Oh, that is so unfortunate for Magic. He could have played b5 on the last move, or taken the bishop now.
Oh,
And Dragon goes for it. He's banking on the fact that there's no queen on e7. This game is turning around.
it's hard position.
Mm-hmm. Okay, a4 looks tricky. Queen d3 probably, I would think.
I wonder if he ever decides to go bishop f5.
He goes queen
Oh,
a3. Bishop.
oh, what is queen a3? What
Black
is?
has bishop takes d4, followed by queen c2 and queen c1, but very difficult to go for that in fog of war.
Yeah, but I'm surprised b4 was played so quickly. Knowing the queen was on a3 is a huge asset.
a3, nice move by Magic, creating weaknesses around the white king. Maybe now bishop e3. Yeah, nice move by Dragon, making sure the king is a little bit safer.
Oh, he has to be careful though. Oh wow,
Sure.
he takes with the
Ooh,
rook.
queens.
Queen c1. He knows the knight is still there. If he thinks the pawn took, oh.
Okay, but now, okay, he gets the pawn on b2 that needs to be captured, but that feels very risky, stepping into the diagonal. But otherwise, you know, queen c1 is going to be an absolute dagger.
I
But is
think
Black
this
going
is
to go
going.
for it is the big question.
That must be the plan.
Okay, white takes it. Black probably has it figured out that white... Do you think he knows that the white king is on the queen side? Or is that not a given? The king could also be, let's say, on h1 or g1.
I mean, what has taken that pawn though? You've got to be thinking.
14 seconds, though, for
It
Magic. I
can't
mean,
have been the rook. So it's either the queen, in which case the bishop is pinned. Ah, queen a3.
queen a3, but king b1, it's... I mean, it's crazy
Ooh.
that Magic missed checkmate 3 times, but of course he doesn't know where the white pieces are.
And he
Escape
missed
back.
the cheeky rookie three rookie d queen e3
Ooh,
bishop d4 idea.
that would have been a crusher, yeah. Oh, and maybe... Okay, he moves the queen king back. Probably now... Okay, he knows that the king is on b1. That is huge information. But still, 5 seconds on the clock. Queen c4, by the way, here is a very nice move for Dragon. And I think he has enough information to go for it. Queen c2 played.
Oh,
Oh, that... Okay, but he doesn't know. The g6 is hanging now. a4 en passant. Yep, Black takes it. Risky move there by Dragon. We need to... Oh, okay,
oh,
like... But of course, white doesn't know that the queen of fade. Okay. Anything can happen here. Now, I think if you're black, you go, indeed, king h7, and then maybe like h5 at some point. To make sure that your king always has that h6 escape square.
yeah,
But of course, both have absolutely no idea where their opponent's pieces are.
yeah. But I've got to say, I definitely wouldn't not pick Dragon's position of the two.
Right. But you would definitely
Oh,
pick his clock.
I don't like that. I don't like
Yeah,
that.
that looks risky. Okay.
But look at that vision he has on the position.
Oh, you
Oh, and
mean...
the queen! The queen!
Oh! King h8, very
Oh
clever, moving the king
no!
to the dark square. And now this should be his... Yeah, queen f6, queen
Oh, and
b2, there he
that's the
goes.
game! Wow!
Wow. And Magic with the
Oh,
double win on demand, taking it to overtime. What a match.
that was insane.
What a game. What a
Well,
game that was, Jay.
that is such a risky move to go for playing g5, and it's paid off because why would Dragon ever expect g5? Why would you open your king up on that diagonal? Queen c2 is such a safe move.
Yeah. Tough loss, but he put those bishops to work, and it paid off in the end as White hung his queen. And now we're going to overtime. Dragon had a 2-0 lead, but it's anyone's match right now.
It's crazy. Wow. And you gotta think the psychological factor just has to be favoring Magic. But at the same time, Magic is known for using 2 minutes of his clock in the first 5 moves, but he only has 1 minute to play the whole game.
Right. In the meantime, by the way, Mitrava got knocked out by Sigurd. So we're saying goodbye to him as well. And Sigurd and Calaberta are going to be fighting it out in the losers semifinals.
And I like this from Nolan. We're getting an e4 opening from White, the other main move. I don't think we've seen a single e4 game. So, you're really... And this... So very common maneuver at higher levels is to develop this bishop to c4 and then to tuck it away on a2. You're going to castle queenside. I like this. No one is really changing things up for this game. However, his time.
Wait, where did this time? Oh, this is 1+1. So we'll see if Dragon is gonna really use his time advantage here to win the game. What do you make of this opening?
I really like it from White. Just a really solid deviation from what the status quo has been, which I think really can't be undersold. However, no one just cannot be thinking this long. He needs to make moves, and I just don't. As much as I'm rooting for the upset, I just can't. He needs to move quicker.
Right, Dragon pre-moving, I guess, trying to build a big lead on the clock.
Yeah, he understands
it's gonna be really hard for. Oh, I said it's going to be really hard for Magic to navigate this as he's getting low on time.
Yeah, but he's picking up his pace a bit. Opts not to trade the bishop. Fair enough.
Yep, bishop a5, typical information move. I like Magic's position, but hard to navigate this with low time.
Very much so. Hard to make progress.
Is he pre-moving or is he just playing extremely fast?
I think he's just playing extremely quickly. This is very... I mean, you should see Dragon when he's playing the 4-player chess championships. He is just a machine. Mm-hmm. You don't think he was a 12-year-old kid with the way he moves that mouse, but...
Oh, and White hung the knight. That is huge. Let's see if Dragon can finish it off. I mean, 4 seconds. This is just too much. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, just...
Still, it's not over. I mean...
FG and knight h6. Knight h6, if you think it's the bishop.
Okay, if he gets the knight at h6, anything can happen. This is still very tricky. But does Dragon know that White is a knight on g4? That is the big question.
If he takes gf, but I don't expect that to ever happen.
I like knight takes f5 here to try to get more information.
Rook takes f5, I think you have to go for it.
Yeah. Gotta go for this. No, knight g3 would be a dagger here.
No, you're so far behind. You're so far behind on material. You can't be.
Oh, and he hung the king.
And that's it, unfortunately.
Wow, what a match as Dragon moves on to the grand final.
That's not unexpected there. This time format was never going to suit the no one here. He needs to win in the classical portion of the the blitz portion of the tournament.
Yeah, but he truly gave Natmingto a run for his money, and we see him here in the grand final as now he has to wait for his opponent. We see that in the loser semis, we have Sigurd against Calaberta, and then the winner of that is going to face off against Rabino. So still a lot of chess ahead of us.
Oh, for sure. And I bet Dragon is sitting there praying that Calaberta is not the one to advance on to play against Nelwyn.
No.
Given just how quickly he moves.
Indeed, they're going to have a tough task ahead of them. But Jay, the loser semis has already started, so let's go there right now. We see Sigurd playing against the Fend. And what do you make of this position? We see that there has been a pawn trade, but almost all of the pieces still on the board.
Exactly. Knight to b6. Yeah, I like this. Don't trade the knight. I think in fog of war, allowing a move like AB is actually quite good for black because you're going to just have your king just a little bit safer on c7 square.
Yep.
But he's already up a point, Caliberta, so this is an important one for Sigurd.
Yep. Like that knight on d4, by the way, that's giving white a lot of information. He sees there's a bishop on e6, queen c3. Okay, now, do you take that with the bishop or with the knight, or do you just not take it all? Right, the knight.
I like taking it with the knight just because it's much more likely that that square is defended by a knight than it is by a queen. So when you take with the knight, you can see whether or not a knight can see the piece. If a knight can't see
Mm,
the piece, you can fairly confidently bet that you can actually grab that pawn on f5. However, if you do it the other way around, you don't know whether there's a knight defending it or not.
right. All right, so knight e4 played, hitting the queen. Is he going to take that knight or move the... Okay, he moves the queen.
Okay. Good choice.
Okay, rook g8 hitting the pawn on g2. By the way, good to see Dragon in the chat. Congratulations to him for already reaching the grand final. And it's going to be exciting to see who is going to be his opponent. But I would think probably Magic, right? What do you think, Jay?
I think so, but I mean, defender. He's just so aggressive.
Mhm.
I don't. I feel like it could go any direction.
All right. In the meantime, we see f3
Ooh,
played. We see a trade.
don't like that trade.
What?
I think that's you're trading a good knight for a bad bishop there.
Yep. Rook e8 hitting the pawn. Okay, I guess white is just going to protect it just to be safe. Even if white is not protected, I don't think black would dare to take it.
Yeah, I don't think I would have even bothered. I think I would have just left my king
No.
there.
Right, king c7. All right, white double pawn here, but very difficult to convert even in normal. Although in normal chess, what I would do is go like rook e2, rook e1, and then e4 to try to initiate some trades. The move rook h3 looks a little odd to me.
Yeah, what's it doing there? I mean, yeah, I get your yeah. So this is now a target.
Yeah,
Maybe we're going to
h6.
see rook f7, f5, and
Hmm.
then rook back to f6 to try and hassle that pawn on h6.
Yep, very difficult for white to convert this. I don't like the fact that he pushed that pawn all the way up to h6. Like you said, could easily turn into a target. That being said, very difficult for black to do anything. So
Yeah,
let's see. Okay, he moves the rook over to f5.
that's. I think we like this square for the rook, but
Mm-hmm.
we need to find a way. Okay, so rook f4.
All right, rook f4. Okay, taking the pawn on f6 is risky. Rook e8. Probably for black, too risky to take on e3. Here goes rook e6.
What if we get rook hf5? Oh, I
Yeah.
don't understand
Yeah.
king c2 at all.
No. Okay, rook g6. Okay, but of course both sides do not know where any pieces. e4, okay. Now he knows there's rook on e7. That rook is gonna move. Oh, he trades. And is he gonna dare to take on g4? What do you think? No. Now I'll be surprised if white takes on f6. It was g5, okay.
I
But
still
is he
want to
gonna
be
dare
okay.
to take that?
Yeah, I think he does.
To-
And now rook g7. Oh,
oh, that's not a move.
that's
Yep.
that's
No,
it. That's it. That's
that's
Sigurd is
not a
done.
move. Like the
That's crazy.
probability of a king being on c2 e2 is just too high, right?
Yeah, they're the two most likely squares for that king to be.
Yeah.
That's very unexpected.
All right. So we see Sigurd leveling up the score. I believe it's now 1-1. Oh no, sorry. Or
No,
my bad.
it's
Actually,
it's
2-0
two
lead.
nothing.
2-0. Yep, for Calaberda. All right, so it's a double win on the man situation now for Sigurd. Let's see if he can do it.
I just yeah. I guess defender is a Benoni lover, huh? I
Uh-huh.
think we've seen this a
So
few times.
I feel like I've seen this quite a few times. People going
Yeah.
like g6, bishop g7, and then knight h5. Is that knight h5 move typical just to get a little bit more information, or what is the idea behind that?
No, I wouldn't say it's a particularly normal move. I don't think you've seen it from Dragon or Nolan. This and yeah, of course, I love how you can't play you can't play a4 in response to a6 because you don't know a4 a6 has been played.
Ah,
Um,
right. Yeah.
but yeah, no, I don't think it's a typical maneuver. That knight doesn't really do anything on h5, and so we'll see. But again, this is more down to a bit of it, sort of inexperience, I think,
Yeah.
from all these players. F3 is interesting.
Yeah. Okay, bishop goes back to f5. Okay, now let's see what white is gonna do. Rook e2, okay. Queen a7, nice
Ooh,
move, hitting the knight. King h1. Is he gonna dare to? No, he does not take it. Ooh, but now does he?
I
I think he
I think he
knows, right?
will.
That
I
the
think
knight
he'll
went.
take that.
Uh, he knows
The
that the knight
knight,
went to
because
c6,
yeah,
right?
unless the knight went to a6, you're right. Which is one of the two routes he could have gone. But
Okay.
oof, yeah, I bet say a stronger player maybe puts it on d7 because it's a little bit more of an active square. So if he thinks that, then he's going to say, okay, that knight went to d7, not a6.
All right, knight c5. Bishop d4. Some nice moves here by white, hitting the pawn on e7 twice. But okay, e5, nice move. If you take the pawn en passant, you hang the knight on c6. But maybe now he just takes the knight on c5. Probably he knows that black is going to be forced to recapture with the pawn, and then e5 gets weak.
Yeah, I like that plan. That makes a little sense. Not second. Oh wow, okay, he just takes.
Ooh, that's very risky because he could have known that the queen could have moved to
That
c7
I
or
don't. I do not think that this is a good exchange sacrifice.
yeah,
Oh, trade
f4,
it.
bishop e4. Risky
Ooh.
move, honestly, because white, let's say white has a queen on e2 or something, this hangs a piece, but he has figured out that he can do this. By the way, white is, I was just about to point that out, but if you go rook, bishop takes g7, there's knight f2. Wait, but king g1, he can maybe still do this. King takes g7, the idea is queen d4 check. And white's actually winning on the board there. Although bishop takes e4. Oh, black is
Uh,
completely losing on the board now after h takes
what
g3.
is that? Is a crazy move. What? Why? If you're gonna do that, why not knight f2?
I know.
You would have thought that
Yeah.
if he had a queen on e1. Okay, well, right,
Wait.
yeah.
Okay, that is a little bit too much. Looks like Sigurd is going to get the first win on demand. The question is, can he get the second win? This one
Yeah,
looks like it's just a formality at this point.
it is, and I guess this is really aggressive nature of this aggressive nature of defender really showing its. Okay. But he had enough information to know that the queen can't have been on e1 because why would you have done rook
Well,
takes? I mean, you kind of have to try something like that. So I can't
I
blame rook
think you
c1.
take that. Oh, it goes bishop g1. Okay, that's a bit surprising to me. I would think like, okay, it goes rook there, but maybe now just push the e-pawn or rook a8. Very safe, just trading everything off, and that's going to be all she wrote. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean,
All right, this game is about to be over.
yeah, okay, fine. That's
I think. Do you take that? Just in the
yeah,
worst
you
case,
do.
and it's
You
defended.
just okay. He goes for that instead.
Okay, queen f7 now. I think. Oh, yeah. All right. Okay, so Sigurd gets the win. It's now 2-1 for defend. That means that Sigurd has to win another game.
Takes out one more on demand, but yeah, I mean that was surprising. I was he had enough information to know that f2 would have been a fine square. The knight. Oh, why has that gone away? There you go. Okay, and get this again.
All right.
Ah, yes,
Once
the
again,
classic.
see the c4, knight c3, d3, e4 specialty. Really interesting.
Take takes. Interesting. I don't know if I like this choice strategically, but sure. I guess we're gonna go. I guess we can see bishop e2 in castles
Hmm.
or not. No? Okay, bishop d3. Oh, eh,
All
don't.
right. Okay. What do you make of this? It goes queenside castles. What do you make of that decision?
I like queenside castles. I think it's fairly safe bet to think that the f file is semi-open. And given how he's positioned white's the position pieces at least he's white positioned, it looks like it's setting up for a battery along that file, along the diagonal
Hmm.
and along the H and G file. Whilst with the B pawn gone, though, there is also the saying that the B7 pawn might be a bit tender, but
Oh, but bishop 5. That's a big mistake. Because now I got the information that the king is on the queen side.
yeah, agreed.
That's not a
I
good
don't
move. I think
understand this.
he definitely. I would definitely have gone like king b8, maybe king e8. Talk the king in before you play such a move. Because actually, not only did he give white that information, positionally his position is also just terrible now.
Yep, completely agree.
D6. That's a
So,
free bishop, and I think you just. Oh, he even sees that the pawns are on f7 and h7. So, or is he going to take one of them, or maybe he just drops a knight back, playing for safety?
they say for rook c1. Yeah, I mean
Hmm.
rook c1, rook c7. I expect.
Or rook b1 now. Yeah, okay, he's
Okay,
getting a ton of information out every single move.
oh, now you have to go rook c7. I
Ooh,
mean, yeah.
yeah, that's a nice move. Okay, so it looks like defend is going to win this one and move on to the winner's final. Sorry, loser's final. Okay, just teasing him there for a move. Now moving the queen.
Okay, here if you take the rook, you play h3, you play king h2. Yeah, and there's nothing.
Right. And yeah, your king is super safe on h2. It cannot be attacked on the h file, cannot be attacked on the second rank. All right. Still, he still has to convert this. Not that easy, although it would have been very unlikely that Black would be defending. Imagine Black had put a rook on. No, wait. If Black had put a rook on f6, you would see that, of course.
Why does everyone like taking with the knight?
Yep.
Just take with the queen. If the rook takes back, then you know everything you need.
Okay, he's step by step getting some information that hangs the knight, but of course it's risky to take it. Just e8 queen, and this game, just take it. Yeah, this is about to be over.
Okay, that's it. Defender through against Nelwyn.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So congratulations to Defender. He moves on to the losers final, as we see here in the bracket, where he will have Rabino waiting for him. So that's going to be very exciting.
Exciting indeed. Meanwhile, Min is sitting, chilling back, probably having a nice steak dinner, waiting for his challenger.
Mm-hmm. Yep. No, that's the advantage for Ming. He gets to sit back, relax, perhaps do a little bit of preparation, see how these guys are playing, and come up with a strategy. But don't go anywhere. We will be going on a short break. But when we come back, we will have a look at the winner's final. We will see you very soon. And welcome back everyone to the Chess.com Fog of War Championship. Jay, if we have a look at the bracket, we see that we are now in the losers final. And Jay, to me, it really looks like we have the best three players left in the field. What do you think?
I couldn't agree more. I think these three players have very clearly shown themselves to be superior. Um,
Hmm.
so, and I think we also have second and third playing each other in losers final versus first. This is definitely one of the easier ones to predict how this was going to go. The real question is, uh, will Clement or Timo Calaberta get through? I think the edge is probably towards Clement, but I don't know which one Min would rather face. So we'll see. But for now, I really think it just depends on Calaberta's temperament because he's played some phenomenal games, but he takes so many risks. And we saw that it kind of backfired in the game he lost against Sigurd. But, if it doesn't, I mean, it just makes things very hard to navigate. And with Dragon being a more cautious player, it's hard to say. But with that in mind, let's get right into the game.
Yeah, as we are off, I believe. We see that white has already hung or sacrificed the pawn, but I think it's too risky for black to take it. I mean, there could be a knight on c3, pawn on d3, so he goes e5, sacrificing a pawn back. Do you think white is going to take that?
Oh wow, he does, yeah, fine.
Ooh, and he does. Okay, knight to
Wow.
c4. All right. Still pretty unclear, but both players know the position on the board. They know it has to be d4, knight f6, e4, e5.
Yeah, but I don't like this decision from Nolan because you're the one with the exposed king, not black.
Hmm. Right.
Um, and black could have gone really sneaky and could have played c6, for example, on move one instead of c5, and you would have no idea if the queen had landed on a5. You wouldn't have the information of a pawn being on c5. So, and
Right, but he
now,
saw the pawn on e5, so he knew he could take, and then he saw the knight on f6.
yes, yeah, in this particular case, yeah, it's completely right. It was more. Yeah, d4 e4 is very very aggressive opening, and it is I don't bishop c4.
Okay, black played knight c5. Perhaps he was fearing that white had played a move like queen e5, and now if white goes queen, I guess on the next turn, black is probably gonna go queen knight e6. And by the way, a very interesting question here, Jay. What do you think of the move bishop takes f7? Black is gonna have to take that. And then what if white goes queen d5 or queen h5? Black is gonna have to gamble.
Well, it's it'd be gambling on queen d5 or queen f3.
And
Because
which one would you gamble?
queen h5, we'd see it if it got played.
Oh,
I
ah.
I would
And you'd see
gamble
queen
on
e5 as well, right? 'Cause if you go queen e5, the d5 square goes dark.
yeah.
All
So
right, right.
I would assume it was f3 because we would have the information, right? Um,
Yeah, but if you go queen f3, your opponent knows that queen h5 or queen d5 could not have been played, and so you go king ea to be safe, or even king g8.
oh
King
wow,
e8,
and
let's
he's gonna hit with
say. Ooh,
g3 queen e4.
ooh.
He
Black
has
knows.
he
Black
can do
knows
this.
that
He had the
f4 or
input.
5 was played.
Yeah,
Wow. Okay, white's gonna have to move his king now or go g3. This looks terrible. This is a disaster.
complete disaster. Yeah, I was just really shocked to see d4 e4 on the board just like that. It's very very like risky.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, tough decision here for Magic, who's also down 2 minutes on the clock. If you go king f1, your bishop gets taken with check. He goes g3. Queen e4 can be played here. So you're gonna do it, or just take the bishop.
Oh, it's tough. I like to take the bishop and then after fe, then go queen e4.
Right, he takes on e6 now. Okay, so do you go? Okay, he goes queen
Oh,
e4 check.
oh yes, and yeah, sorry, queen e4 check, and
That hurts. I guess you have to go queen e2. Queen takes h1, and then ef, and then hope for some, hope for some tricks.
yeah,
I think that's your best bet. Yeah, queen e2 played. Now take on f7, And if black takes with the king, if you go, then, if you go queen c4, black is going to have to gamble. Okay, bishop g5, but probably you go bishop e7 on the next turn, right? So b3, bishop e7 probably. I think you have to go bishop e7, right?
Yeah. Okay, I
Wow,
mean,
that is a risky move. Bishop, I know, wait, bishop g. You see bishop g5. I keep forgetting because then the g5 square would go dark.
not take, and the G1 is going to fall.
I don't like bishop a3. Yeah, I
No,
mean,
no,
it's
I
giving
agree.
like information and it doesn't do anything.
And you take on A3?
I think you do. And take an a1. I think black is enough information to go for that, right? Yeah, he knows, I think, exactly where white's
Oh,
pieces are.
wow.
I mean, this has been a terrible game by white.
This, yeah, I mean, and to be honest, it all stemmed from this opening choice of
By
white.
the way, it's not over yet. White is threatening checkmate on one move with queen. It's far from over, actually. It's actually very far from over. You probably have to play like h6. But like white also, by the way, could have played queen f2. Then f8 queen would have won the game. So, we might actually see magic winning this one because black is going to have to like guess where white's going to go. Although if you go queen g5 again, you see it.
Yeah, you see it. So, like, I think black has easily enough time. He takes on A2. I don't like this decision. I think if you're going to do this, you should have played queen B2.
Right. Maybe c6 here. Yeah, c6. I think a very clever move because
Yeah.
now at least you never get checkmated. Can
Yeah,
magic
but
set up some trickery?
ooh, I
But queen
really like
f5
the
is,
idea of taking on G7.
yeah, or e6 followed by a check on the long diagonal. Or yeah, that definitely should have been played in my opinion. Queen f5
Yeah.
looks too slow. At least he should have gone queen f4 followed by
Okay,
e6.
I like this practical choice.
b4 also very odd because now defender knows exactly where magic's pieces are. He probably knows he can take an e5 or check, also very clever.
Yeah, I like
And
this
here
move.
magic. Oh,
Ah, that's it. Wow. I mean, that was a phenomenal game by defender.
yeah, magic probably thought that black had played queen h6 check. That's why he blocked with a knight. But even then, he probably should have just moved the king. But tough game. As we see that defender takes the lead.
I like this opening choice by defender. And there we
Yep,
go. Thematic e4.
yep. The players really like the English in this format and like to follow it up with e4.
I'm
Really,
surprised we haven't seen any queen b3s
mhm.
followed by after c4. Um, we saw that in last year's championships, but again, they were more of the sort of old school original players, so they knew some of the book.
Right. So can you explain to our audience why is queen b3 such a typical move? Why is it considered to be a good maneuver by good players?
So queen b3 can be really strong because what you're doing is you're exerting more pressure on the d5 square and you're putting pressure on the b7 square. So oftentimes players will strike out later into the game if they haven't already after you've opened c4 with the move d5. With the queen on b3, there is captures like a knight will capture, a bishop will capture back, and you'd expect it to be the last piece defending it. So the queen would be the other piece defending for black, and you get queen captures. Nelwyn hung a queen.
It's really interesting what just happened. White played knight e5, which is a fantastic move in normal chess, but how could he have known that the queen was on c7? I guess he did not know, but he still just went for it, which is really brave. I mean, had the queen been on d7, it would not have worked. But now he's just absolutely crushing.
Yeah, I think that's also been the story of of Defender's entire journey. Like he has made some. He is not afraid to take risks. Like that is very clear. And I think Nelwyn here is really considering whether he plays Bishop f1.
Uh-huh. Right. But he does see that his knight is hanging. Okay, he takes. Now he's going to recapture. He gets more information that the rook is there. And by the way, he knows that black is a bishop on e7 when he put that knight on c6. d6.
Wow.
Okay, but you probably take an f1 now, right? And bank on the fact that there's a queen on d1.
Yes, I think this makes a lot of sense.
You did not do it though. Okay. White having a ton of information here, I believe.
And rook
Rook
e1, and
e1.
that's
Nice move.
huge.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, given this position is kind of lolling a bit, yeah, the whole point is this queen on b3 is very sneakily hidden. So when the queen ends up recapturing, expecting nothing else to be defending it, queen grabs on b3. So that's one
All
of the
right.
ideas.
Rook e8 played. Okay, let's see what White's gonna do here. Queen f3, okay, but now the rook and e1 is undefended, which does give Black some potential for some tactics. But of course he doesn't know that.
No, of course. I think White needs to. If I was White, I would be playing h3 and king h2 just to give.
Yeah.
So I don't have to worry about back rank problems.
Rook e6.
Now,
h4, nice move as you pointed out.
yeah.
And now, do we go bishop h3?
Oh, okay, there we go.
All right, and now, okay, I think Black takes, right? I mean, you probably
You have
figure
more
out
than
that
enough
you can.
information. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why everyone loves taking with the knight. No one wants to gain vision, and but I guess in this case it's fine because there's no the threat of a pin isn't particularly real because the bishop guards, but still.
Okay,
Uh,
White is up in material, but not even that much. White is a queen, but Black is a knight and a rook, so anything can still happen.
Yeah, and in fog of war, that if in regular chess, I'm sure this is better, but in fog of war, I'm not sure how much like having more pieces is good.
Mhm.
Like,
Right. And knight b7, I don't think he's gonna take that,
no, that would be
because
a big
White
mistake.
can have it defended. But maybe
Oh,
move like bishop b4 could give him some inform. Oh, it goes queen d1.
that's
That
risky.
was a risky move, no? I mean, a
That's
rook could have been on
great.
d7.
Yeah, I mean, that was
It
really
would have
risky.
hung a full queen.
Yeah, because when that pawn got taken earlier on d6, you have to think that the rook was eyeing it up.
Okay, bishop d5. Okay, so I guess he's still kind of figuring out where Black's pieces are. Do you think he's gonna? I mean, as you said earlier, the bishop pair is really powerful, so don't think you want to give it up, right?
Yeah, I don't think unless you concretely are going to capture on d8 afterwards, you don't want to give it up.
No. Right, so bishop b5, rook e8. White still in the dark as to where Black's pieces are. Very difficult to convert this into a win.
Oh,
Okay, but now he knows. Okay, but he knows that Black must have. Does he know that Black has taken with a rook
he
or not?
doesn't. But
It
I
could have
like
been
this
the
move.
pawn.
I like this move.
Okay, let's see. All right, so he sees the bishop on d8. So he knows that his bishop on e5 cannot be captured. And if you're playing with Black, I think you probably do something about that bishop. Okay, bishop takes
All
g7,
right,
I think is safe.
you take on g7. That's really surprising. I think you always take on g7.
Right, because like he should know that it's safe. Like he's attacking it twice. You know that the bishop is on d8. Bishop e7. Okay, now he's gonna move his queen. Wait, if bishop f6 would have been played, he would have. Oh no, wait, sorry, he would have seen it. My bad.
Yeah.
Okay, I think you know that you can. No. Okay, you know you can take it, right? Or is
Yeah, I
it?
mean, uh,
Okay.
I mean, queen b7 is you gotta
But
think
he
that.
doesn't. He might think that the rook is on b8 or something. Okay, this is far from over. a5.
Yeah,
Okay.
black's king is so safe now.
b5. Don't like that move. If the a6 pawn ever drops, White's gonna have a super. Oh,
Oh wow!
what
There were
was
so many
that?
risks. There were so many risks he could have taken, and he just takes the pawn.
He could have taken a rook, a bishop, but he's like free pawn, say less. And he hangs his queen.
Wow. I mean, what is that?
That is insane. Like, out of all of the captures, that was by far the riskiest. And the one he actually ended up going for.
I mean, that is Yeah.
That is tough. So we see now, um, Barney. We see now Black tying it up. It's now 1-1.
You have so much time on your clock to figure out that pawn is still there.
That is huge. That is huge for Rabino. I mean, now it's 1-1. That's a big difference from being down 2-0.
Okay.
All right. Anything can happen here. Okay, so we see e4. Let's see. Is defender going to go e5 as well? That worked out really well last game. He goes c6 in this one. All right, knight f3. He does not go for the queen a5 cheese. Instead, he just plays a bit of a Philidor with d6.
Yeah, the very compact structure. Queen c7, long castles. No, just immediately c5. Okay, I don't know if I love it. Also, don't know if I love d5. Um,
All right, so we see white having more space, but black having a little bit of information, knowing that the pawns are in d5 and e6. Should be 5, okay, but a6. Don't love that move, because now, okay, what do you do with your bishop on b5?
yeah, a bishop b5 doesn't really give you anything useful information. If you see a king, it's not a surprise. If you see a knight, it's not a surprise. All you do is give them a tempo. I don't like that.
Black can take and go knight b8, but queen c7, the safer move.
Yeah.
Okay, we see a trade now, and I guess kingside castles is going to be played. Queenside, okay, he goes, that is unfortunate. That pawn can be captured, and going queen a1
I
might be a
would.
good move, but it's
I
too
think queen
risky.
a1 is.
Oh, knight c7, I think too risky. I mean, he might have like figured out that black might have just castled already, and that it's just a shot in the dark, you know.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Okay, knight
Okay,
b1 to
I like this.
c3, nice maneuvering. Of course, black is not going to take an e4, just too risky. Knight c3. Yep, nice moves here by white.
Yeah, I don't know. Black can't be trying. I don't think black can be trying to get play on the queen side. I think they need to try some sort of king side initiative. I actually would not mind seeing black's king saunter on over to the d7 square, because that is a pretty well protected square. It's quite hard for someone to do anything. And I don't think Nelwyn is going to be pressing too much on the queen side.
Mm-hmm. All right, so let's see what magic is going to do here. Maybe just typical moves like h3, pretty much almost always useful. Make sure you have that h2 square for your queen as for your king. Rook b1 followed by b4, also a nice idea. But I think for the moment you don't want to do it yet,
Rook
because you know
b2.
it could.
Rook.
Right, what is that about?
I,
He wants rook a2. Rook
yeah.
a2 is his idea. Yeah, and there we have it. Because queen b2, rook a1 is not safe, because black might be able to have a queen on a6, but this is very safe, as you defend a2 twice. And now I think he's going to trade and then go queen a2.
Yeah.
Or I think it's too hard to figure out that d6 is hanging, right?
I mean, with the bishop locked inside of the pawn chain, I would agree. I think he definitely thinks the bishop is on e7.
Right.
I
Okay, so we see
dislike
trade.
I dislike trading like that though.
Okay, he knows now that the bishop is on c7. Okay, knight c3. This is a technical win, I'd say, in normal chess, but in fog of war, of course, very difficult to convert. Knight c3. Just send
Yeah,
the knight
but
back to b5.
the bishop's on c7,
Oh,
so yeah, b4 is a very safe move here. b4,
yeah,
knight
that's a nice
c4.
one.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess you just take. And if he takes with the knight, do you take that?
Well, it should just be winning, right? If he
No,
takes with
I
the knight,
think
you
you.
take it because there's no counterplay.
Knight b6. And if black has it figured out, if black has done the math, he might know that pawn on c4 can probably be captured. The only way it cannot be captured is if white had played like king e2 and king d3 earlier. But
Yeah, I mean, and there
and
we
he
go. Yeah,
takes it.
defender has taken far bigger risks than taking that pawn on c4. So if he didn't take that, I would have been shocked.
Right. Yeah, like I said, he probably had figured out that white had castled and that the knight was on a2 so that he could simply take it. So nice call there by defender. And this one is completely turning around, as now the b5 pawn can easily turn into a weakness. Bishop a5. Oh, he just goes back. Not bishop a5 followed by knight a3. But
I liked bishop
goes
a5. I think that made all sense. I do not expect him to play c4, but you have to do something now.
right. This game can go either way now. See, the defender's up a minute on the clock. And it was Magic, right? Magic had the long maneuvering games against Dragon that he lost. Let's see if he can
Yes.
win a long maneuvering game here himself.
Okay. What's the idea? You can plant your bishop on b6, you can put your king on c7, and then maneuver with your knight, or
Knight a4 is a risky move, isn't it? Oh no, wait, he knows
yeah,
that there's no
leave
knight
that.
on. Sorry, yeah. All right, so king d3, king d3 c4 is very safe right now because you know that there's no knight on b6.
Yeah.
Another idea White has is to go f4, or like that one, to try to break up Black's pawn structure a little bit. Let's see if he's going to do that.
Yeah.
Or this is also a nice maneuver. And now I guess Black is going to go king b7 probably, and then f4. The only way f4 does not work is if Black somehow has a knight on g6, but that's very unlikely. But you can go g3 if you want to play it safe. Okay, knight a5 now, perhaps.
Yeah, I think knight a5 is a clear move, and that's what we get. And you have to move your king. Yeah, okay.
Right. Okay, so he gets a nice bit of information where the king is proximally. Knight c6 probably is a nice move. Defender, what, Magic down to 16 seconds. That's huge.
That is good information for
Oh, it's really nice indeed to have that knight in your opponent's camp. Like, although Black also knows that the knight is there, so he's never going to hang anything.
bishop b6 here. Just hold the tension.
Right, or just trade. I think you just trade because White's bishop is actually better, so I would not have offered that trade because now it's going to be harder
Yeah.
to get that a4 break in.
And the good thing is with the knight on a5. Yeah, I mean king b6 is safe unless they go knight c4.
All right, knight b6. I guess he's going to move back, or 93 maybe. He goes 95. Like, might just move back to c8 or d7. Do you think Defender is going to go for the win? I think so. I think he's going to try his luck, given the fact that Magic has 3 seconds. 5. Yeah, there he goes. This is tricky. D5 gets terribly weak now, and he can just take it, no? Because he knows the knight is on a5.
He's gonna take now. Yeah.
Take, yeah, and he does it. Magic has 3 connected passers in the center. E4, perhaps?
I thought. I mean, knight f4 is a safe bet, no?
Right, but then b6 is there. Okay, b6. h4 played. 5 seconds. This is so tricky from. Oh, that hangs e5. And White takes it. Big blunder there by Defender. Now, objectively, I think it's a draw. Okay, maybe just keep pushing. g5, nice move. Okay, move. Oh, does he know he's in check? No, he probably doesn't.
Oh, sneaky boy. That's a nice one.
Ooh, that is rough. Yeah, it gets really tricky when the knights start jumping around. Yeah. Really hard to figure out that you were in check. So we see Calaberta taking the lead in the match.
Yeah, and the good thing, I mean, Elwin has come back from worse. Even if this should be
Yep.
3-0 at the moment.
Right. Let's see if he can do it, if he can come back with the black pieces. But that was a tough game. B5 was just a big positional mistake, making sure that, I mean, that made the C4 pawn just terribly weak.
Yeah. Just what do we do? What do we do here? And I mean, okay. No one
G2
has
is
managed to knock
hanging.
that all the time. Okay.
Right.
I'm not against
Okay.
queen c7 here.
Yep.
I don't like queen c8. Queen c8 is a mistake.
Okay, so let's see. I guess white's gonna. Okay, he goes knight f3, very safe. Okay, black
Yeah,
is
well,
probably gonna castle here.
that's the whole thing. I mean, the reason you go the queen c7 is so they don't get the information that the queen is what takes back on b7. Um,
Oh, right.
that's why I was saying
Yeah.
queen c8 was a mistake. Because it's very clear the queen wants to be on b7, but now with them seeing that the queen took back, it makes white's decisions a bit easier.
Right, but it's also very hard for a knight to have recaptured there, right? So you probably figured that the queen would recapture. And like if you
Yeah,
go queen
sure, but
c7,
it's always nice
oh yeah,
to put that doubt in your opponent's mind.
yeah, no, no, absolutely, no, that is true. I guess on the flip side, from like a normal chess perspective, you go queen c7, it can run into like knight b5. So I guess that's why he didn't do it. But
Yeah.
yeah, you make a very good point. All right, okay, so let's see. Position approximately balanced on the board. Magic again falling behind on time. The defender is up 30 seconds.
Yeah, but I feel like he's been getting better at managing his time a little bit in the opening because in these games I haven't seen him burn half his clock in 5 moves, which he definitely was doing at the start.
Okay, but he started to burn right now.
Yeah,
Let's see what he's gonna do. Black has slightly more information, knowing that the pawns are on b3, c4, and the knight is on f3. White only knows that there's a pawn on h7, but that doesn't tell you anything.
spending a minute to play rook c8 is hardly a efficient use of time.
Yep.
I guess you have to decide what are the plans going forward here. Without knowing that the pawn could be on a6, we can never go to b5. I guess we're just
Okay,
tough.
b5, nice move, and yeah, I would have moved that queen from c2. Now I guess black is gonna take, and this is looking tough for white. Knight takes c4 is a very nice move here. Definitely like that one. And
Yeah, I
then
mean
white's
this
absolutely gonna
queen
have to
doesn't
move the
have that
queen.
many squares that it wants to be on.
Wow, he just takes it. He's not afraid of a knight being on d2. He says, no, give me that pawn. Knight. Okay, but you don't know that the queen is on c2, so it
Yeah,
just goes
you
d5.
can't know that.
All right, but at some point, if you're playing with white, I think you move your queen, right? You don't want to,
Yeah, queen a8, and you have to move your queen because you have to think that knight a3 is a consideration.
Yep, indeed. And also, you just don't want to stay in that on that c file for too long with the rook on c8. And
Okay,
there you have queen e2 on the board. Yep.
good,
All
good.
right,
Keeping
so
an eye.
oh,
Oof.
yeah, I was just gonna say black is doing great on the board, but it's down a minute on the clock.
Yeah. Oh, takes 95. Are we gonna get? Oh, but it's a bishop on e5.
That's a little bit odd because that doesn't give him much information. Knight f5, a bit unfortunate for black that there was a knight on g3. Now black's pawns are doubled. Yeah, I'd say this game can go either way now.
I mean, the real question is if knight d4 gets played. I mean, I guess you have enough info to take the. Yeah, I think you're good actually.
Right, because yeah, if you go knight, I think if white knight d4 is played, you take that bishop because you know
Yeah,
that the knight cannot possibly defend it, and the queen could only defend it from g3 or f4. But how does it ever end up there?
yeah. It doesn't. You know, it's not an f4 because your pawn would tell
Ah,
you.
right. Yeah, I keep forgetting that. Yeah. The queen e4, okay. Bishop takes d4. Why just hung a knight? But of course, black doesn't know that the queen is on e2. He could take on c1, get some more information, and oh, bishop takes d4. He just
Yeah,
goes for it. He
that's
says
it.
like, all right, wait, queen takes a6 though. Queen takes but do you? It's risky. Okay, he knows the black queen is on e4.
No, you can't do queen a6. He'll take on b1 immediately.
Oh
because there's
yeah.
nothing that can be
Wait,
defending.
wait. He could have done that on the last turn. That would have come with check, but of
But
course he didn't know.
he couldn't have. Yeah, he couldn't have known that. Well, it's taking on a6.
Oh, he hangs the queen, but is black gonna take it? Or is
Yeah,
he gonna take the rook? He takes the queen. And that
he
is
took.
a big problem for defender as he cannot recapture. E7. No. Black is gonna send in his forces and go for the
Bishop c7. One last Hail Mary.
yeah, but I think with black you go h6 at some point,
Yeah,
right?
just
Oh, but that's what he's banking. Okay, but yeah, just take GG. Queen takes f2 can safely be played now, or knight f1, going for the sneak attack, knight f1. Oh, this game is about to be over. Wait, I just realized Magic is winning with black, so we're gonna go to overtime.
yeah, but I just can't put my. He's just gonna flag.
How has he not finished off the game yet? When the king was on, just go knight f1. Why would have hung the king for sure?
Yeah, without that, because White's
That
got people
knight is
breaking.
going all the way back.
And the good thing
It's
for knowing is that this is zero counterplay.
there's nothing white can do because yeah, you only have a bishop, so as long as you keep everything in the light squares, you're super safe. All right, but this is going to be a win for Nelwyn. G5, pushing the pawns forward a little bit. So, oh, I think White's going to resign. There's a potential for. Oh, no, I
There's no
guess there's no
stalemate.
stalemate. Yeah, there's
He's
no
catching
stalemate.
it
Yeah, I was
again.
about to say.
All
All
right.
right. So we see Robino tying it up as now we go to overtime. 1+1. He's definitely going to have to play faster. Oh, 1+2, sorry.
Oh no! I just can't see it happening.
All right. Well, he played overtime before, so maybe the experience is going to help him.
Yeah, very possibly. But he's just gonna have to pick up the pace.
Yep.
And I just
Absolutely.
think defenders like attack strategy is gonna. It's definitely just gonna help him in these bullet sort of games. He just doesn't have enough time to really think about what to do.
Yep.
So let's see. But I predict a defender through, and here we go. Let's get this fog off.
Once again, the typical English with c4, e4. And okay, let's see. Is he going to take or go e5? I guess he's going to take. It just feels like the safer move. And we see Magic already taking his time. I guess Defender is really going to try to play the clock here.
Not burning your time, no one, please.
All right, now to 3 bishop e7. We see Defender. Defender was probably watching us as Magic was taking on Dragon. It's like, hey, let me try to play the clock as well.
Yeah.
Early queen trade. What do you make of that? Who do you think is that going to favor?
No one. I think it's going to make his life much easier.
Less than navigate with low time, yeah?
Precisely, yeah. I'm not a fan of this this decision by defender.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, you take for sure. Oh, defender just he just cannot be trading off everything here. I don't think. Now he knows where the king is. I think, as we said before, if you can do this, you want to kind of play king f7 first, so you don't let everyone know where everything is.
Yep. Okay, it's very even endgame here. The defender
Yeah.
still having a 20-second advantage on the clock.
I think
If
I
you're
played
playing,
bishop takes e6.
Just to get rid of the knight.
Just to get rid of a knight, and then get rid of another knight, and then just play just a winning endgame.
All right, king f2. Okay, black now knows after the trade that the king will be on e3. a5. Knight c4 is a nice move here. But you don't know if it's safe. There might be a knight on d6. Who knows?
Yeah. I really expect king f7. King e6. And yeah, and white seems to think that the king is on e6 too. Here we go, marching up the board. It's nice because, you know, when we're never worried about our king being attacked on e6.
All right. Okay,
Okay.
4. At c4, I'd say that Magic definitely has an advantage on the board here. Hard to make progress with white though, and he's down 24 seconds on the clock. Can I be
Where is
two?
that? Are you going to c3?
I don't know. I don't know. I thought no, the knight was well placed on d3. I thought he had to keep it there. G3.
I also thought it was good on d3.
Oh, black hangs the pawn on b6. That's really okay. He wants to send the king over. Of course,
Yeah,
white
but
doesn't know where.
he's never going to
He
take it,
also hung e5, by the way. Really odd to maneuver that bishop to b7, but maybe now you can go like king a6 and b5 again. I'd see.
I think
It's hanging that pawn, but he hits c5 now. Sorry,
yeah,
b3.
you just got to take that. Got to take that knight, I think it's good for you. So I don't know why the hesitancy to do so.
All right, let's see. Magic getting on top.
Oh, he blundered.
Yeah!
Yes!
He even knew there was a pawn on c6. No,
No
what was that?
way. Oh
That is
no.
rough. It's still not over, but he probably has to take that, and now it's just down a piece in an endgame.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, that is rough. Yep, that's gonna be all she wrote. He's down 2 pieces in an endgame. D3 check. Everything is winning now. So it's gonna be Rabino who's gonna move on to the final.
Yeah, that's. I think Owen's gonna throw in the towel here.
Yep, but the good thing for Dragon is that Dragon will have 2 lives. So Rabino is not gonna have to beat him once, he's gonna have to beat him twice.
It's gonna be a tough ask.
Yep. Alright. The thing is, white cannot even hope for a stalemate, as there's no stalemate in Fog of War. So this game looks like it's about to be over.
Yeah, just knight e4, knight f2.
Yep. Or just pick up all of the pawns. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, d1 queen now, and sooner or later that king is gonna step on a mined square. Bishop e5, by the way. Bishop e5 is a nice move that wins the game on the spot, because white would not be in stalemate. He would in. Okay.
White resigns. And with that, we have a maybe slightly unexpected finals, but I mean, it was going to be it's going to be one of these pairings.
Yep, let's have a look at the bracket. We see that not Ming To, the pre-tournament favorite, is facing off against Calaberta. That's going to be exciting. Dragon already played against Rabino, and now he's getting a different opponent.
Yeah, this will be interesting. I believe earlier in the brackets, did he not play defender, if I'm not mistaken, or am I misremembering? I could just be misremembering. But I think this aggressive style is going to be a tough one for him to deal with. But he has 2 lives, so I think Dragon can happily go to the first game and decide, hey, I'm just going to play solid. I'm going to play my best game. And if there's still a problem, I've got another chance. I can change things up.
Yep, so Calaberta has a very tough task ahead of him. We'll see if he can do it, but for now we are going on a short break. But don't go anywhere. When we come back, we will have a look at the grand final of the Chess.com Fog of War Championship. We'll see you very soon. And welcome back, everyone, to the Chess.com Fog of War Championship. Jay, we are getting ready for the grand finale, but the players that made it to the grand final had quite different roads to get there. I mean, if we have a look at the bracket, we see that for Nadminto, it's been a smooth ride. He has won all of his matches. The first one 3-0. The ones after that were a little bit tougher, both going to overtime. But we see Calaberta, he had to go all the way through the loser's bracket to make it back.
Yeah, I mean, he has a couple. He's also had a couple of very convincing wins, with a 3-0 against Sigurd and against Martin. But yes, battling through the losers bracket, not easy, and now having to win 2 matches on demand, each one with 4 games. I mean, it's a tough road, but if anyone has the right play style to be able to do this, I would like to say Calaberta probably, this very aggressive, high risk, high reward strategy might just be what he needs to pay off.
Yeah, I think he's definitely capable of doing it. And do you think it's going to be an advantage for him that he just had to play 2 matches going through the losers bracket? That he's warmed up, Nadminto on the other hand got to sit back. Who do you think is that going to favor?
I think, I think being warmed up and playing these, I would favor that because it's not like he's played a marathon. He's not played like a 3-hour arena, right? If he's coming off the back of that, I'd say, well, the Dragon has had a bit of time to rest. He's definitely more prepared. I think, he's had only played a bit, but enough to keep him warm on his toes. So if anything, I'd give the edge in that regard to Calaberta. But
Yeah.
we are
Hmm.
straight in, and defender opening. He seems to open. He's opened with, was it one? I assume it was 1c3 or 1e3. So
Yeah. And Dragon opening up with 1c5 followed by knight c6, and now going d5 and e6. Bit of a reversed, semi-sloth, if you will. Will be interesting to see how both players will position their pieces. How do you think? What setups do you think both players will go for?
I expect bishop d6, bishop d7, queen c7, knight e2, and then to decide where he's going to put his king. Immediately proven wrong though. He strikes out in the middle with f5.
Okay.
I don't know how this is. I mean, this is sort of, well, it was sort of some sort of collie type system, but he's cleaning up a pawn and he's trying to
Wait, is
hold
that
on
a
to it.
mouse slip? That must be a mouse slip, right?
It
I
must
mean,
be. That can't be good. I mean, a3 is just gonna be played here, no?
yeah, I mean that. Yeah, I'm really surprised with what's going on. Also, Dragon could have taken on c5 right away, but he did not do that. And yeah, after b4, I was certain he was going to take, but he did not. And that being said, it's still only a pawn. That being said, the pawn on c5 gives white quite a bit of space and information. So
Yeah,
tough
queen
for Dragon to come
c2
back from
long
this.
castles. I think we're gonna see.
Hmm. And then hunt the dragon on the king side with h3 and g4, yeah?
Yeah, I think that's a really solid plan. When you have this bigger space advantage, I think you need to use that to put your king, and there he is, queen c2, castle's long, and here we go.
Yep.
It must have been a
All
mouse
right.
slip. I can't think of anything else.
Absolutely, yeah. But Dragon is fighting back e5 now. He builds a big center. c4, opening up the bishop. But, that could also expose the white king a little bit down the road.
Agreed. Okay,
Indeed.
it wasn't a pawn that took it. However, so bishop c4 is a safe bet.
Yep. Or knight c4, also pretty safe. He goes h4 instead, trying to go h5 and open up some lines towards the dragon king. Let's see, bishop f6 by dragon, h5, g5 hangs f5. But does white dare to take that?
Well, I mean, sometimes timing tails are a real thing. So if dragon plays it quick enough, then you can be like, well, f5 probably isn't hanging. If dragon spent an extra 20 seconds and then played g5, I'd be much more inclined to capture.
Right. Okay, so you push the pawn of the h6, also good move. It's giving you quite a bit of information. Knight c4 is still on the table. Okay, some nice maneuvering here by dragon. I like the bishop to g6.
Yeah, really solid.
E4 now.
Yeah.
Or you can even take that pawn if you want to with your knight. But E4, nice move by Dragon, keeping it solid.
Okay. I was some surprised by bishop f1. It seems a bit of a passive square to put the bishop on.
All right, so queen b2, very tricky for black. You can never put the king on h8 now. And if the bishop lands on c4, your king is also not going to be feeling too comfortable. So very logical. The dragon
Oh,
offers the trade of queens.
yeah, but I mean, I feel like this is kind of fizzled out into a position where dragon is just fine.
Yeah,
Like, this pawn on h6 is a weakness. This e4 pawn is a huge asset. Um, yeah, I like this idea. I think we've got to go for something like knight c4 uh, and knight e5 or knight d6. You know where the knight is, so the only thing that can dislodge that knight would be a rook. So I think knight e5 makes a lot of sense here.
yeah, really interesting. Black had knight c3 check, but of course he didn't know if that was a safe move or not. Okay, king f8 played. h6 is hanging, but once again, you don't know if there's a rook on h1, so it's very risky to capture it.
Yeah, it's definitely not worth the risk.
And f4, it's also too risky to take that, right? Or c. Okay, but again, taking on c6 is too risky. Or is the defender gonna do it?
I mean, you know the bishop. I guess you don't know if the bishop went to e8, right? So,
Right.
oh wow, what good calculation.
Ooh, this is really dangerous for Dragon with that king on e7. Now white might just take on c6 on the next turn, as even if black can recapture you, he might have it figured out that he can.
Oh,
Oh,
he hangs his king.
yep. All right, so we see white defender taking the lead in the match. Like you said, if anyone can do it, it might be Calaberta.
Wow.
Okay. Dragon hanging the pawn. Is Calaberta going to take it? And bank on the fact that Dragon played c4 on the first move. He says
I'm
no.
shocked he didn't take it. I'm genuinely shocked.
Queen e2 by Dragon. Interesting move. g6. Okay, is he going to go? Okay, he goes f4. Dragon really likes his space.
Yeah, he's been really has been partial to playing f4 slash f4 f5. But yeah, I mean, look at this, like c4 d4 e4 f4.
King f8? Is that a mouse slip?
No, that's intentional. Lots of
Ah,
times people castle manually and keep their rook on the open file.
okay. c5, nice move by defender. Yeah. All right. So we've got a match ahead of us. And I just wanted to remind everybody that it's double elimination. Everyone else started this tournament off with 2 lives, and that includes Dragon as well. And given the fact that he has not lost a single match, he can afford to lose this one, but he would have to win the next one.
And now here comes the pawn down the other end. I mean, this has been somewhat effective, though. I would like to say that like Dragon would have been, some next level if his king was sitting on g2. Uh,
hmm Bishop takes
Now you have
c5, by the way, wins a full piece, but of course, if you don't know that that queen is on the 8, it's a big positional mistake, so he doesn't do it.
yeah, can't do that.
Okay, a4 maybe.
Okay, he knows that's a
b4,
bishop.
nice move. Aha, yeah. All right. Maybe okay, goes rook d2, a4 is a move I really like for black, followed by queen a5.
Yeah,
That's actually a typical maneuver in the accelerated dragon, creating some squares and then going to a5 with your queen. It goes a3. I thought it was a little premature. Queen a5 now, maybe? But isn't that... no, wait. Couldn't the pawn have moved to b4?
it could
Oh, no,
have,
wait,
but maybe
sorry.
he wants.
He sees the pawn on b3 because of his knight. Never
Yeah,
mind. Okay. So queen a5, knight e4. Black is doing pretty well, but hard to make progress.
yeah. I mean, you need to get this rook on h8 into the game. Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right, we see a trade. How? Okay, white takes with the queen. Queen h5 offering a trade. I think that's in white's favor. So the king is now, as white's king is definitely the unsafer one.
Yeah, so are we going to see knight b4 at any point?
I think so.
It's... Oh, no. Now you know a piece is moved to d5, and you know it's a knight, so it's not going to happen.
So I guess he's gonna go e6, and there we have it. I'd say on the board, defender is doing fantastic, but of course, in fog of war, anything can happen.
Yeah.
Probably, do you dare to go knight at b6? Or is he gonna
No,
go back?
because you're just trapping your knight almost. It's going to have to go to a4.
Right. Now knight b4. Yep, there we have it. This looks very uncomfortable for white.
Yeah, I mean, it's just ripping open the position. I mean, this is some good work. I mean, it's knight on b4. I think the rooks can come to e8. If he doesn't take, maybe the king can move to e7. You can double the rooks.
All right, take. Maybe rook 8. Ooh, leaving the knight on c3 hanging, but does the defender know that? Dragon, by the way, taking some big risks, as he probably should know that there's a bishop in g7, right?
Oh, full hang!
Wait, he did not take it? Oh, he's
still not taking it.
He can take it now. Why go to h3? Oh, he thought white had taken with the pawn. That's why. But okay. Extra rook for a dragon. Can he convert this one into a win? I'd say this is not over yet. With that knight on b4, maybe bishop b2 could be a nice move. But knight d3.
Oh, you can't. You need to keep the knight. You needed to move that back. Now I think the conversion is too easy.
Yep. I think so too. Dragging up a full rook here. He's getting a great opportunity
exactly.
to tie the match.
Take the bishop, or take the pawn on d6.
You think you do, or just,
Well, the thing is, if you take the bishop and then you play king c2, rook d1, now you have to play rook c2.
Right. I guess rook d2 is very safe, yeah? Or rook... Okay, now... Okay, you don't go rook h1 with black. You don't have enough information. There's too much fog. Because, if you would go rook h1, rook a1, you have some chance. But rook d1, very safe move by dragon. Playing it very safe. But still not that easy to convert. If you take on d6, you don't know if the pawn is defended. Take on a3, you don't know if that pawn is defended. So he goes rook g1.
Weird placement for the... Oh, but I think it might pay off.
Is he gonna take? I don't think. Oh, that is rough. Okay, he's gonna wait. He's defended twice.
He knows he has enough information. Yeah, I mean, fine.
Okay, king f8. Black knows he has to move the king now that g pawn disappeared. Let's see, dragon might come in with another check, but then the king is gonna for sure move to e7.
Okay. Oh, he's gonna play rook c3 and then okay, that's the end of this one.
Yeah, with just the bishop, there's nothing you can do. So this is gonna be an easy win for dragon. He's slowly but surely gonna round everything up,
and he's gonna equalize the match. Yeah, I mean,
rook you can always play
h3 was wild.
Yeah. Okay, easy win for dragon here as he's up just so many pieces. Wait, what is he thinking about? Take? Yeah.
Don't know. King. Yeah.
All right. He takes the pawn on f7 as well. Yeah, black has nothing left anymore, so you can just push the pawns, and that's going to be an easy win for dragon. b6.
Yeah, brother. King is in Sugswang.
And soon it's going to be in checkmate when white goes b8 queen. Yep.
A little flashy promotion there by me.
Nice. Nice move there. All right, so Dragon ties up the match. It's now 1-1. This game is going to be important. Who is going to go to match point?
Okay, I mean, yeah, we're getting this unusual move order, but deviating back into the usual setup here.
Yeah. But yeah, that was a big opportunity for Defender. I mean, he was up 1-0 in the match. I really liked his position in the second game. And if he wins that one as well, then it's tough for Dragon being down 2-0. But I feel like now Dragon is probably going to get in control again.
I think so. Defender needs to strike a serious blow in this game to really have a chance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because if it comes down to 1+2, who do you think is going to favor that?
I've got to say Dragon.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's just a demon at speed chess.
Uh-huh. Right.
But I mean, this is an unhelpful castle here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't like that king. Why did he go queenside castles? I don't like it at all. D7, okay.
Okay, I mean, you have to have an idea that that king is sitting on c8.
But now Black is going to go king b8 on the next turn. It's going to be pretty safe. Just trade.
Okay, that's a lot of the problems gone.
Yeah. Okay, bishop g4 would be a tricky move. I guess, yeah, there he goes.
And now,
King
I mean,
c7, king d6. The king will be very safe.
you gotta put a rook on e1. Like you can't. I don't like g3. I wish he'd gone f3, king f2, rook e1 to make sure he contested the file.
Mm-hmm. All right, maybe rook h4. I mean, the thing is, in normal chess, I would go rook h4 to g4, but you don't know if Black has played bishop d7.
Yeah.
f3. Okay, I guess aiming to go king f2.
Okay, now he's doing it.
All right. Let's see. This might end in a draw if both players are just going to shuffle, especially after a trade. I think this game will end in a draw. Black will probably go b6 and f6, and neither side can do anything. I think it'll be a draw.
Yeah, but yeah, I guess so. Yeah. I guess you just go b4, right? I don't think I'm missing anything.
Yeah, or you don't have to. I guess, yeah, both players are just going to sit. I guess we'll see, like, bishop f7. Although, wait, why going bishop g6 here would be... Ah, no, wait, he knows. Because if the bishop is on g6, that square is blocked. You can
Yeah.
just ignore this. Just go king e7. But at least, if he takes, maybe you take and go king e7.
Thing is, knowing the king is there is such a big. I don't like this strategic decision by defender because now black knows where your king is. You don't know where black's king is. You can have a good idea, but that's all you have.
Right. Okay, maybe you just trade on h6, go king
Ooh.
g3 to f4.
I'm about to say I don't
G6.
like this, and I think you should have played g6 and then try and march your king in on the dark squares.
Dragon playing this very safe, just shuffling the bishop back and forth. Or ooh, he hangs that pawn. But is Dragon gonna take it?
If Dragon was going to take it, he would have taken it earlier, I think.
Right, like, but the thing is, it's a positional mistake to take on g5 and allow the king there. So that's why he doesn't. But still, there's no way for white. Although you can try bishop f5. But okay, black just goes like bishop e8. Bishop e8 is pretty safe.
If he trades bishops, it's just it's tough to say actually. Okay, you got to go g6.
All right, or is he going to go bishop g4, defend the pawn? And then Dragon might have the opportunity to go b4 and fix b4 now and fix the pawns on the right color. b4. Still a draw, but if anyone has chances, like in normal chess, it'll be Dragon. But he might think that's a bishop. Wait, this is tricky. He might have think white played bishop g6.
Well, he sees
He has to
g6,
account
right?
for that. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Okay, then go b4. Yeah, b4. Fixing the pawn. Now, white has a lot of pawns on the light squares. This is tricky. Bishop c6 is a pretty safe move. Bishop c6. You don't want to move your king
No,
unless he thinks that king is still on h4.
it's quite, yeah. He's going to bishop g6, bishop b7, bishop a6 or something.
Okay, maybe bishop b. Thing is, you cannot go bishop a. Okay, I think bishop e8 is safe. Yeah. Bishop c8 maybe.
I like king e3, bishop e2.
All right. What white can do here is go for this maneuver. Let's say black goes bishop e8. You go bishop f5.
Yeah.
Bishop c6, bishop c8, bishop e8, bishop
They
e7.
agreed to a draw.
Oh, okay. All right, so draw agreed, 1.5, 1.5. Whoever wins this game wins the match. And if Dragon wins it, he wins the whole tournament.
And Dragon is with the white pieces. So I'm surprised they agreed to a draw. But I'm not surprised Dragon agreed. It's great result for Dragon. Surprised Defender agreed. Defender is completely swapping his opening. He's playing a King's Indian.
All right, so interesting. Dragon just playing, for a normal d4 setup. Instead of putting his pawn on e4, what he's been doing.
They're both completing. I was thinking, because his defender's just playing a Grunfeld.
Yep. All right, so let's see. Okay, so let's see. White having the center. Knight bd7, I guess just castles here. All right, what do you think of this position from a fog of war perspective?
I like the compact nature of Black's position right here, but I do worry that he's creating too many weaknesses.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So yeah, from a fog perspective, I think I prefer white. White. Yeah, I like this move. You just have to tread a little bit carefully. I expect knight takes, and then playing knight b5. But we get pawn takes.
I'm a little bit surprised by Dragon's knight maneuvering. I think the knight on c3 was fine. It didn't have to. I think, if anything, it actually maneuvered to a worse square. As now, you'd like to go rook b1 and pressure that pawn on b6, but now your knight is in the way.
Yeah, I mean, this knight move kind of had some logic if you were going to capture on d4 with it, but now you haven't taken on d4 with it. I don't really understand the point.
Right. Okay, so let's see. It's really hard to maneuver because you don't know where your opponent's pieces are. Queen b2 seems a little bit risky to me, putting the queen on the same diagonal as the bishop. All right, but this game is going to be it's going to be long maneuvering. The players might also be a little bit nervous. For Dragon, the championship is at stake, and for Defender, this could be the final game for him. If you lose this one, it's all over.
All right, and I expect that knight to get snapped off the board. Oh, no.
d5. I don't like that move, e5 by Defender. Now it feels like Dragon definitely has a positional advantage.
Good thing for Defender is Dragon does not see the move f5 immediately.
Okay, e4. Would you have taken that knight on h5 a couple moves ago?
I would have taken it the moment it appeared. I know you're worried about the G file, but I think it's pretty clear where Black's king is, and you just it's just so hard to defend that position.
Right. Okay, we see Defender has a lot of space here with the pawns on e4 and f5, but so does white. Maybe knight d4 to e6 is a nice plan. Queen f6. Okay, I was going to ask, will you take the queen trade? Dragon says yes.
I don't know if I like the queen trade for Dragon. Yeah. Maybe I thought the queen was better, like Dragon's queen was better than Defender's queen, but I could be wrong.
Okay, b6 is hanging, but really hard to capture it because, yeah, you don't know if it could be defended. Easily could be. So I think it's too risky to take it.
Agreed.
On the other hand, for black, it's probably too risky to take on. Yeah, it's too risky to take on a4. There could easily be a rook on a1. Knight e7, the normal move. Do you think Dragon is gonna double up and take on b6? And he's like, well, in the worst case, I sack the exchange. Or on the worst case, there's like a rook on b8, and you lose everything. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's too much of a risk. Because
Like, or if the rook is
it's
on
very common for
f6.
the bishop to be on a8, right? Like,
Yeah. Okay, knight a1. Wow. I like Dragon's chances, and I'll tell you why. If you look at Dragon's board, he sees a lot. He sees a lot of black's sixth rank, whereas black is very much in the dark. He sees those pawns on d5 and a4, but other than that, Dragon is barely giving him any information.
yeah. Makes sense.
Ooh, that's a free pawn.
I don't like it.
Oh,
Why would you
that's
play
too risky.
d3?
That's way too risky. Is he gonna?
Why
Yeah.
wouldn't you set it up with f4 first if you were going to do this?
Right, or move a rook to e7 first. But
Yeah, just anything to prepare the move e3. Like,
I think you cannot take that. I mean, you have no information about the white position. There could easily be a rook on the third rank. It's now double defended by Dragon.
what is rook f6?
Ooh, Dragon
Okay, he has
c4.
enough information to take on c4.
Oh, I think he is gonna take it. I mean, he's attacking it. Yeah, there you go. So now defender fully back in the game.
He doesn't actually know what piece took that though. So he might move the rook on a3. He does!
Ooh. Okay, hanging. The exchange still not over.
Not at all.
Okay, so let's see. Still, defender has to convert.
Okay, he does have to convert, but he knows the rook is there. The knight is on d4. Knowing where that knight is, very important.
Yep, the knight is definitely a tricky piece. Okay, so let's see. Now black, by the way, has a lot of vision of the white position. He knows where the knight is.
He has enough to know he can take that pawn on d5, I think.
But maybe white could have moved it back. Oh
no!
All right, so we're gonna get a reset. Defender wins the match 2.5, 1.5, and we're gonna have a reset of the final.
And you just have to come back to that one spot where he doesn't have the information to know that a bishop took this, and it's so unlikely that it was a bishop. You have to think it's the knight, right? You have to think it's the knight.
Yeah, tough loss for not Ming To, but it is Calaberta who wins this match 2.5, 1.5. That means we have a grand final reset. Don't go anywhere, you guys. These players are gonna be fighting it out once again. Who's it gonna be, Dragon or Defender? What do you think, Jay?
Wow, I mean, I still got to give the skill edge to Dragon, but I mean, Defender has got to be in his head now because, you trust your gut, you trust your instinct, you play Rook A2, and then the bishop captures back.
Yep. Tough game there, but we are already off to the grand final reset. It is still best of 4 games, I believe. It's still 3+2. So let's see. But you said it. If anyone can do it, it is Defender. I think his style is, with his style, he's definitely capable of doing it. So let's see. Can he beat the Dragon again? That's a tough task.
Crazy. I mean, yeah, you can't ask for a more nail-biting conclusion. And even then, when he won the exchange, it's still not easy. It's still a pawn. There's still a knight on the board, but yeah, hanging the whole piece.
Yep. All right, so this game looking pretty even, Steven, so far. What do you make of Dragon's bishop on e5 and the knight on g6?
You got to... Oh, yeah!
What is that?
Defender!
What is knight d5?
Oh, I mean,
the chance of a black pawn. Why?
Surely he knew. He knew that there was a pawn there, right?
I mean, Okay, and then he didn't even recapture it. Now he's down a full piece.
Yeah. How did this bishop get
94 is
out?
a shocker.
Yeah, how did this bishop get out? He knows there's a pawn there, right? Like, it's the
Yeah.
only way the bishop got out the pawn chain.
All right, dream start for Dragon, who's up a full piece. Bishop c6, nice move, offering to trade. I don't think he's gonna let this one slip.
No, with no knights as well. I mean, I think you
And
got to
he's
play bishop
already getting the
f3,
trades in.
bishop f1, or just d5. But you can't play d5.
All right, so Dragon trading the bishops. I guess just like rook c8, just slowly but surely improve the position. Knight c6, fine move as well. But of course, in Fog of War, it's always difficult to convert. h6, by the way, maybe you just do it.
I think you have to just send h6. Ah, I don't like this. You do not want to trade that bishop off. Could be wrong.
Right, or he's also allowing, okay, like takes d takes c6, by the way. That was an opportunity, threatening c takes b7 as well, but of course, he could not know. Now
I
he's conceding
I
the e.
I think yeah, it's impossible to know. And even then, they just take the rook, right? And then after you take, they just take. Yeah, so.
All right. Okay, so let's see. Now 95 looks pretty good for black, and he goes for it f4. Yeah, but it looks too weakening. Knight g4. Yeah.
And good of him to recognize that f4 was played.
Mm-hmm.
He
Right,
could
queen
make a
f3.
horrendous mistake and play king h3 after knight h6.
Still not that easy to convert. What do you play here? Like queen d7? Although, you never know. There might be a queen on a4, for all you know. Oh, no, wait. No, wait. You know there's a queen on e4. h6? He's not going to take, right?
No, he won't.
Rook
Okay,
e2.
doubling the rooks. Yeah, it's hard
Mm,
for Dragon because this. Yeah, you have to move that knight.
Knight f6, nice move, but what do you do here? If you go queen, okay, rook e8, very safe. Yep,
Yeah.
just
I
getting the
think you got to go
trades in
G.
slowly
You got
but
to go
surely.
G4, King G3.
Yeah, he goes g4, nice move, and now knight f6, there's g5, and at least white's creating some problems.
Yeah, I mean this rook on A8. I mean it's just out of the game at the moment. So you can't. Defender cannot afford to trade off another rook. Like he needs these two pieces.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so Dragon, falling behind on the clock. Do you think that, okay, he's hanging the pawn? I guess white is just going to take it. It's a safe pawn to take.
You just take it and you can't play A4. You have to be worried about Queen C2. But then again, maybe you play A4 because the idea of just throwing that Queen C2 is quite out there.
Do you think Dragon, might be getting a little bit nervous? I mean, he's up a piece, but it feels like it's taking him
Okay,
quite a bit of work to
you
convert
gotta.
it.
You didn't play A4. You just went with G5 instead.
Right. I mean, defender doing a great job trying to create counterplay on the king side.
Okay, takes.
Knight takes b5 is a nice move. Okay, goes knight takes d5, banking on the fact that white did not have a rook on the d file. But still,
Yeah, I mean,
h6. Defender is doing everything he can.
I mean, he has shown to be resourceful in these games.
Oh, he
Rook,
hangs the rook, but is he gonna? I think he's gonna take it, right?
rook
But
C2
could he
first.
not? The rook and 8 was
I
hanging. He
like
did
rook
not take it.
C2, but I guess it's hard to. He might not think the queen's on F3 because he might think that the queen would have taken F3. I would have taken
Right.
the rook on F3.
It's hard to take on g5 because the pawn could easily be protected. I think it's too risky. Maybe just like rook c8, save the rook, save the knight. Looks pretty safe to me.
Save the cheerleader, save the world. I mean,
He hangs the rook again. Oh, white takes the knight. Defender just going for. Oh, the defender of course sees the rook on a8.
yeah.
No, Dragon is in trouble.
This is. I mean, if queen takes B5, That rook on a8 is falling.
All right, let's see. Is Dragon gonna go queen takes g5? That would be a crazy call.
Queen
Oh, yeah, but you
a8.
give why? If you do that, you tell him that your queen is on b5.
Okay, but there's still a queen, and white's king is so open.
Yeah, still not over yet, and g5 is awkward to defend.
I mean, what do you do?
Okay.
He has to. Did he go queen? Oh no!
Oh,
Oh my god! It's what a comeback!
I mean, do you think that is the nerves kicking in? Dragon was up a full piece. We thought he's just going to convert, and he loses.
It's gotta be. It's gotta be the nerves because that was rough. And oh man, Dragon has to really lock in now and not let him get to him. I
Yep,
mean,
he is down 1-0 in the reset. I mean, Defender having an opportunity here to win the championship.
oh yeah. So here's this bishop maneuver. This whole thing. If bishop takes, oh, he takes back with the knight. Okay, fine. I thought he might take with the rook. But yeah. Damn. Okay. That's fine. So I'm liking Defender's position. It's nice and compact. I don't think there are any real threats. With the light squared bishop off the board, I wouldn't be shocked to see f5 appear soon. But I guess what's the idea? Are we going to go knight a6? So you still don't have any idea about the pawn on a3?
Okay, is Dragon going to send it forward with h5? Or rook b1 instead? And now, okay, knight e4, nice maneuvering by Defender.
Yeah.
Knight f3 is a massive threat, but I mean, you
can't play it. You just can't. You can't know that you can play that move.
Yeah, too risky. All right, just b3.
Yeah,
but such a call by Dragon. He's like, I know knight f3 is a move, but I know you can't.
We've seen this position before though already today.
Yeah, some fantastic maneuvering here by Defender. Now knight b4 is a very nice move as well.
This whole a3. Although in that position, the rook of Defenders was on h8, and he ended up hanging it with rook h3. But here we see the knight coming to b4. I mean, you've gotta like Black's position.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Those knights are very annoying for White. The good thing for White is that he knows those knights are there because the b4 square is dark and the knight on d4 is visible. And now, okay, he at least gets rid of one knight. But still, I like Black's chances.
Yeah, I think it's a good knight, and he's going to
Surprised he moves
reposition.
the knight though.
I think b4 is a good square for the knight. I agree. Oh no, okay,
He sends it to
now,
d4.
okay. Yeah, that's bishop. Oh, he takes back with the pawn.
I don't like these decisions by Defender. I love that knight on b4. Now all he's done is block his bishop, and I think you said it before. If you only have one bishop, your play is too predictable.
Exactly, and just look at look, all these pieces. They're just going to end. They're just going to. Yeah, I mean, this is an annoying pawn push, and very poorly timed.
Right.
Oh wow, he has to
probably
take
BC by Dragon.
He knows. He knows. He knows. I mean, that's wild. B5. Send it.
Yep. Okay, he takes. Okay.
Okay. I mean, he's not going to. Surely he's not going to play D3.
No. Okay, but rook b8, nice move controlling that b file. B3, maybe queen c6. Oh, but that's just okay. But I think it's too risky for White to take it.
Yeah, he can't take it. He can't take it. I mean, you can't play d2. You have to know that that's no good.
Yeah, that is a bit too much because White's controlling it with the knight. And okay, bishop f8, nice move.
Oh my god, rook d2 would be crushing.
Oh, that's a nice move. Queen c1 forced. And then, okay, risky move. Okay, White doesn't take it.
Yeah.
You can see. Oh, wow. Defender just calls all, like he just takes it. He does not
But
care.
he actually has the information. He knows he can take that.
He
Like, you
knows the
have all the
rook's
info to
on the
take that
c5.
capture.
Queen anywhere, queen d.
Oh, rook takes
Oh,
rook
rook
b2.
b2. Wow, defender looking to take a 2-0 lead. This is completely winning for black. I think you take that and go king g7, right? You take and go king g7. Your king will be super safe.
Oh, it's just king g7.
King g7. Don't take an f4, just king g7. King g7.
There's no way he's taking f4. Okay. Oh, just king.
All right.
b2. Very solid
King
move.
h2, still not that easy to convert this. But at least he knows where the white rook is, and white doesn't know where the queen is. Oh, this is tough. King h3, there's queen h1. Ugh. Queen h1. Yeah, that's
There's
queen h1. No, but you don't
no.
go queen h1 because you
You go
don't
queen
know.
f1. You go queen f1, right? And then
Yeah, but white could have played rook f2.
what after queen f1?
Right. Okay. Now don't. If you take on eight, I don't like taking on eight. Okay, maybe you take and go king h7. Okay, move the king. Okay. Still has to finish this off. Okay, you cannot really take on f4. Goes queen b2 back, king
I
h3, I
don't
guess.
like this decision to put your king on h7 because now it's just locked out the game.
Yeah, but all he needs to do is just win the white king. And he's slowly but surely getting some information.
Yeah, f6 is going to get played after king h4, I think.
I think the. Where do you go? Do you go to king h2 or. Can you
I think
take on h. Still, it's hard to convert this into a win. Wow, by the way, amazing call by Dragon, realizing that his king was in check. Okay, now you can take, because you know that the rook is not on the second rank.
it wasn't a call because he saw the f5 square got highlighted.
Oh, yeah, sorry, my bad.
The standard.
I keep forgetting that. Okay, queen b2. Or, but he hangs a3 now, but of course white doesn't know.
You got it, yeah.
Okay.
He's doing what you have to
a2.
do. A2.
And you cannot attack.
I
You just
mean,
queen here.
no. And then king g8, and it's over.
Right.
Now
you
whatever
know where
you
the
do,
white
do
rook
not
is.
play king h8 and play a 50-50.
Yeah. All right. Just check. Queen d1. I would go queen d1. Because if it's protected, you can take it. Oh. All right. Nice win there by defender, who takes a 2-0 lead. Dragon is now in double win on demand territory.
Oh, crazy. Come on. Queen a4! Queen a4! Oh, he doesn't fall for it.
Wow.
Oh.
He just goes for it. The disrespect, eh? Like thinking that Dragon would hang the game. Wow, what a guy.
What a guy.
Imagine he had won the championship like that. That would have been something.
That would have been the peak way to end this. Like, that would have been full
Is he gonna
reward.
take it?
I would take it.
You
have enough information to take that.
I guess the only wait, what is knight h4? What is that?
You don't have the information to play that move.
What is knight? But why the h4?
Don't. Oh, he's back in it.
He just goes for it, eh? What a guy!
Give a rat's, does he? Like,
Dragon probably all along that he put that queen on a4. What a guy! But defender is still fighting. It's not over yet.
He's got two knights, and you know what? When there's a knight, there's a way. But
Exactly. Yeah.
my God, I mean, you gotta tell you what, it's a high variance strategy, and you're seeing it here because it paid off so well in the first two games. But in this game, it failed disastrously.
Right. But it's not over yet. Knight e5. He still has two knights. You can, move the bishop around like bishop d2, rook c1. There's still plenty of tricks in the position, and he's up a minute on the clock. Now, what is knight d3 though? Why move the knight back?
Maybe he wants to go to c5. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but he's just losing time. And now I like what Dragon is doing,
Oh,
pushing
he's
that
just gonna get
h1 up.
mated on. He's gonna get mated on g2, isn't he?
Yeah. Okay. Knight e4. Okay, is he gonna wait,
Yeah, I mean,
what?
he can't have known. He can't have known that got that g5 was played.
Oh, right, right. Okay. This is all Dragon. Can he finish off this game and force a fourth game?
I think so.
Do you take that? Or
Uh,
I mean, the queen
a
is very
part of me would be.
powerful.
I would take the knight. I would take the rook. I would just be like, there is nothing you can possibly do to make this game complicated.
Right. But maybe you snap off that knight, right?
Yeah, you do take that knight. That's his counterplay. Like Dragon has to understand the only way that defender can screw this up, or defender can win this, is with that knight.
b6, risky move, but if he gets king
Very
b7, I mean, now
professional
he
move.
knows.
Professional move.
Yeah, I like it because he knows the knight cannot jump to c5. Okay, knight g5 doesn't even phase him. Just king b8 or b7. I'd go king b7, put it on a light square. Rook e8. This should be an easy win for Dragon. If he does not win this, then I don't know what to say. Do you take that?
Yeah.
And Dragon says yes. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's
Okay.
GG. Okay, we're gonna have game number
Well, I mean, that
4.
was just. I mean, that was. Yeah.
Another must win for the Dragon. Can he do it? Oh, c6 and queen a5. Is he gonna do it? No way.
What a man. Back to bishop d2. Bishop d2. Queen a5.
He's gonna.
Oh! No fun.
Imagine Black had played knight takes e4. Do you think Dragon would have recaptured?
I think Dragon would have cried.
All right, very interesting King's Indian here. Let's see. Okay, turns into Maroxy bind. Who do you like here? Do you like Defender or Dragon in this position?
It depends. I don't expect Dragon to play the usual like b3, f3, and get some like get that like accelerated Dragon type of position. But
Dragon, by the way, has a winning tactic here, but it's hard to do it in Fog of War. Knight takes c6 and bishop takes c5, but
yeah, you can't know that's available to you.
Yep. All right. Is he gonna castle or is he gonna continue delaying that?
All right, he castles.
e4? I don't know why he played a4. We're just grabbing space, trying to get more information. Is that the point?
I like knight. Do you have enough information to play knight 2-5? If you can, I would play it.
Okay, he goes knight f4, very safe. Now I guess knight d5. Yeah, nice move by Dragon. Okay,
yeah, this is looking good for Min. I expect 95. But...
Yep, maybe h3. Although gives away. Okay, a5, nice move. Oh, what is that?
Oh, defender staying true to his name. I mean, look, he's been down a piece before. Here begin begin the procedure. Whenever defender drops a piece, he just sends the f pawn forwards.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see. By the way, that king on g1. Oh wait, that bishop just moved from d4, so he knows. Okay, he's gonna go king h1, 100% now, right? Yeah, and there we have it. Just make sure the king is safe.
Yeah.
So we saw earlier Dragon being up a piece, but he did not convert. He's gonna convert this time, right? I mean, it'd be too much not to win this one.
There's a lot of
F5.
there's a lot of pieces in the position, but yeah, I mean, it's just like Dragon is also the one attacking this time round.
Yeah, and he has all the information. He takes. Okay, is
It's
defender is gonna do it. He's okay. Taking g7 and f6, that hurts. f6. There's no way that pawn can be captured.
f6. He has to play king h8.
King h8,
Instantly done. Okay.
queen h6. Okay, for sure. By the way, okay, that pawn is gonna be recaptured. Queen
Yeah.
h6 is gonna be
Okay, you got
rook
it.
d1.
You cannot play rook d1. Queen takes.
Is
Queen takes d8.
I mean, you don't know. That queen might be on the 8th rank for all you know.
Yeah. You don't know, but um,
Okay, h3 at some point. h3, just played very safe.
I think he has enough information there.
Yeah.
To have gone queen e8 actually, because he would have seen that the queen couldn't have been on g8.
Bishop b4, okay. I feel like Dragon is playing this very cautiously, but it makes sense. If you're up a piece that you want to kind of keep control, play it very safe.
Yeah, it's a shame that it's a bishop, but yes. Okay, very solid. I mean, the rook's coming to e1.
Well, I mean, you don't know if it's safe, so h3 makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
Does he dare to take an f7? A question.
No, he doesn't know the rook went to b4.
Right, it could be on f8 for all he knows. Yeah. Not that easy. Defender is fighting.
Yeah, Dragon's gonna make tough calls.
I think Defender is doing this on purpose. He knows he's losing. He's like, I know I'm hanging f7, but does Dragon know that he can take it?
Yeah, I mean, if you take f7 and it gets recaptured, it's just a disaster. I don't know if Dragon has the nerves to do so.
Oh,
Oh,
no, but what is that?
that's crazy.
That is too much.
I agree. I don't know what that.
But come
Yeah, I mean,
on, okay.
okay.
We are
breaks.
going to overtime.
Defender flips a coin at the beginning of each game.
Yeah.
I mean, the first two games he played so well, and Dragon nerves you could see getting to him. Second two games, what was that?
I know. Yeah, with Defender, I mean, if it works, he looks like a genius. But of course, sometimes it's also not going to work. And then it's like, dude, why did you take that? Anyway, it's overtime. 1+2. Whoever wins this game wins the championship.
You gotta feel like I have no idea. Yeah, he's won twice on demand. I don't know how this is gonna end. I can't see it. I really I really I really don't know. I don't know about, what do you think, Benjamin? I mean,
I'm going to give the edge to Dragon. I mean, he just won 2 games in a row. I think he's pretty good in bullets, so I give him the edge.
yeah. I mean, just what a way to try and end it with c4, queen a4. I mean, you gotta give the guy you gotta...
Yeah. Yeah. Imagine if that would have worked. By the way, they're playing copycat.
And Defender is like, I will out pre-move you with the clock.
All right. Okay, so let's see. So you're saying that the rook takes h6 is kind of the meta to try to trick your opponent?
Oh no, he's gonna...
Defender
Not
is
like
the type
that.
of guy to fall. No, but it's too much.
Yeah.
He's the type of guy to take the bait.
What is
You're
this
just doing
position?
copycat. Knight
Okay.
e4. Although, wait, there's some trickery here. Like, you have to watch out for bishop takes h6. Okay, castles. F4, okay. Maybe king b8 or knight e4?
This is crazy. This position is wild.
Yeah. The only information both sides have is the pawns on e4 and f4 and on e5 and f5 are in contact with one another. White also, by the way, can see that black has a pawn on c5, but that's it. Yeah, so black does not know if the c...
Okay, yeah. Bishop
black
takes,
does like...
yeah, it's gonna happen now.
They take. All right, dragon can take on f4 and take on e4, but it's a tough call.
Yeah,
Ooh, defender is gonna do it. He's gonna take... No, but if you take an
take the
h6,
bishop?
knight takes e4. We take an f5 and rook f1 maybe? Defender is the type of guy, he's gonna do it. He's
Oh
gonna
my
take.
god,
Yeah, and he does
he's
it.
he's up a piece.
He's up a piece.
But it
Is
is
defender
wild. His
gonna
king
clinch
is so
it?
open.
I think it's d5. It's still a game, but that's a full piece. Oh, he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. I am
No,
telling
he
you.
thought that long. Yeah, he thought that long. That's definitely
He,
Tate's
he
in
even had it
podcasters.
pre-moved. He's like, "Give me that rook. Who are you fooling?"
Oh my god, Tate's
You
queen
take
takes
it.
queen e6. I think he'll do it.
I think he has it in the back, but does
If
he
he
know that
plays
queen e6 is available?
if he plays queen e6, it's all over.
Yeah, but it's too hard of a call. Oh, he hangs the rook.
No, but he doesn't know if
Dragon is
he's
gonna
castled.
call it, right?
If the king's on
Dragon
g1,
is gonna call it. That's just a...
Oh!
What? Oh, come on.
Dragon!
No way. No, but why did he take on a2? Because if white had castled queenside, there would have been a rook on d1.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
Yeah, we've talked about this before, Jay. Like, in such situations, he has to make the call. Otherwise, he's down a rook anyway.
Yeah, he's just got to go for it.
Wow, what a match. But Calaberta takes it in the end with 3-2. He wins the grand final reset in overtime. What a road he had.
And I mean, this move is inexplicable. You know, queen d5 has been taken. Just castle long or risk queen e6, but he plays queen d2.
And Ming does not take it. Wow. But what a match it was. All right. Okay, so here we see the final bracket. As we said before, both players had quite different roads, but Calaberta, what a heroic run. He lost in the winner's semifinal, made it all the way through the loser's bracket, and in the end, he defeats Not Mingto twice in the grand final.
Yeah, I'm wow. I mean, that was at least I couldn't have asked for a more interesting final game, or final couple of games. But
This final went back and forth. I mean, what a match. I mean, we saw Calaberta taking a 2-0 lead, then Ming coming back 2-2, and in the end, Calaberta taking it all in the end in that final game.
Dragon says he did mouse set that first game.
Oh, that's unfortunate. All right. Yeah. So, well, it was quite a tournament, but we are going on a short break. Do not go anywhere. When we come back, we are going to do an interview with Timur Calaberta. So we will be right back. And welcome back, everyone, to the Chess.com Fog of War Championship. We have a winner. Congratulations, Timur, on winning the championship. Did you think going into today that you were going to win it all?
Honestly, like before, on the December 10th, I saw announcement that this championship is gonna go, and I thought like, okay, maybe I'm gonna play, maybe not. I have been not playing this Fog of War at all, and when it comes like to the morning, I saw one of the qualifiers. I played couple games, go to shower, ate the breakfast, and then played the qualifier. And suddenly I won the first place, and so I thought like, cool. I'm gonna play on the next day, and then I'm here as a winner. It's unbelievable. Like I didn't expect it at all. So yeah, I have a lot of positive emotions. Like I cannot describe all of them. It's unbelievable.
I mean, first of all, big congratulations to her. And what I want to say, one thing is, and we very briefly discussed this. You have got to have provided some of the most interesting games of Fog of War that I have seen. Period. Which sort of fluctuated between moments of what looked like brilliancy, as Benjamin pointed out. When it worked, it looked like you were a genius. And then there were other moments where every move, it's like, what are you doing? This piece hangs, this piece hangs. You're such an aggressive style. I haven't seen it like this before. I mean, was there a particular plan? Like sometimes, like you just you grabbed a pawn with a queen, just screw it. Like what was going through your mind?
A lot of moments I was gambling, and I was not completely sure if my opponent could have taken my piece or no when I'm taking some of his pieces. But yeah, always I was making sure that my king is in safe place, and that was all along until the last matches. So I was sure that I would not lose my king, which is the most important piece, and then I can do whatever I want with my pieces and see, okay, one of my pieces can be lost, whatever, then we're just gonna continue on, and maybe he also will make a blunder and I will win. So I don't know, a lot of crazy games. I didn't expect it at all. One more time, unbelievable performance.
Yeah, no, we were really impressed with your aggressive play. You just took pieces left and right, and sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. And I was wondering, you played Dragon earlier in the tournament and lost to him. Did that give you any information, any insight into his play that you use later in the final?
I think it's he also got some information on how I'm playing, so we didn't was that I was advantages. No, like I think we are on the same. We have the same information. We knew about each other equally, but I think he got to rest two matches when I was playing. So maybe by that time he could have seen more of my games. But I was always playing, and maybe he had more benefits in finals. That was I think.
Right. And I mean, one thing I really liked that you did, and this will hop onto the sort of the other point of the question, is you constantly varied your openings. Now, I think a lot of players were sticking very solidly to their guns, like this is what I play. You seem to adapt and change. I think that's a really important part of Fog of War, and also one of the reasons why I think you were able to push around these serious giants such as Min. But when you were 2-0 up in the final one, having won the first set, and you go into the second set, you decided to open with c4, queen a4, just just sending, trying to checkmate on two moves. What was that? Did you think you'd fall for that? Was it just an ode to like every beginner player playing Fog of War? What was it?
Well, before playing actual matches, I like in the morning before the matches, I actually have seen some games of how people are playing for Gova, and they usually do the c4 and queen a4 and trying to take the king right away. So in three moves, like you're going to win. But unfortunately, like everybody makes sure that in their setup this idea is not working. Like they're always playing c6 because of that, or they're playing c5 and knight c6. So it would be not working at all because king will be blocked, and yes, and this would not work at all. But yes. Well, I got to try one more time. Maybe it would work against Dagon, but unfortunately not.
No, it was very funny to see that come out onto the board.
Yeah, the final games were really exciting, and I wanted to ask your thoughts about the last game, right? You won a rook earlier on, and then when queen takes d5 happened, you played queen d2. You probably noticed that you hung your rook on h1. What was going through your mind as he could have taken that rook, but instead, all of a sudden, you saw that queen appear on a2? Were there any nerves at all, knowing that whoever would win that game would win the championship?
Well, I knew that whatever who will win that game and will win the championship. I was just like, whatever. Let's just play. Maybe I will win. Maybe I will lose. It doesn't matter. Let's put 100% in that game. And yes, when he took on d5, I actually didn't. I forget that I can actually see that he take a pawn, and forgot that his queen is on d5 and my rook on h1 was hanging. But I guess he was thinking that I actually have a rook protecting a rook on h1, and maybe he didn't remember that my king is on e1. Maybe he thought it's on h2 already. I don't know. And then I guess that's why he took on a2 and hanging his queen and realizing his mistake. I don't know what was happening, honestly. Like especially when we in low time pressure, both of us don't know completely what is going on, and we just playing the moves and seeing like, okay, if it's gonna work, it's gonna work. If it's not, whatever, we're going to lose.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm truly, truly, an unforgettable one for me. But I think those are all the questions that I have for you. And again, a big congratulations, Timur. You definitely made it really entertaining. So, yeah.
Yes, thank you. Unbelievable. Honestly, that's all I'm going to say. Thanks for my opponent to show very good play, and yes, it's just luck that I became a champion, and yes, unbelievable.
Yep, no, it was truly exciting to watch you. I have one last question. Chess Wind is asking in the chat, now that you're the 2025 Fog of War champion, will you change your username to Attacker?
I mean, who knows? Yes, I guess I put my username as Defender, but I don't know why I put it actually like that. Why I came up with the name Defender? That is actually my style is to attack always.
Yeah, there was very much a red
I-
herring in this game.
Yes. But okay, maybe if there is possibility to change my nickname to Attacker, then yeah, I probably would change it to Attacker.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. Well, like I said, it was very exciting to see you play today. I mean, we had a lot of fun covering games, but we are going to wrap up. So thank you so much, Jay. Thank you so much, Timur. Once again, congratulations. And that's going to be us. That's going to be it from us. Thanks everyone for watching. These were the community championships for 2025. But of course, we will be back in 2026 with more championships. But for now, everyone, thanks for watching and have a great rest of your day.